雄姿，宰割天下。法体所向，皆为功勋。破敌如虎。快上！再快点！对呀！虎豹雄姿，宰割天下。 皆为功勋。
Hi everyone, I'm Miles, producer of Conqueror's Blade: Three Kingdoms. Since our first teaser, many of you have been asking the same question: why does the new Three Kingdoms world need its own standalone client? In this video, I will walk you through exactly why. We've built a realistic Three Kingdoms world with over 60 cities alongside a massive visual overhaul. But it's not just about the visuals. The Three Kingdoms era was all about warlords colliding in one massive, chaotic war. Our old multi-channel system split players up. It just didn't fit that vision. So we removed it. Now, every single player shares one unified map. You're stepping into a living world where you'll face rival factions, shifting borders, and real strategic choices. Terrain is no longer just for show. We've completely rebuilt the road system. If your army takes the main roads, you move faster and save food, but you're out in the open. Taking the rough terrain is slow and costly, but it keeps you hidden. We're also introducing a morale system. Combats aren't just about stats and skill anymore. If your army's morale breaks, you may lose the battle. Now, let's talk about heroes and units. The changes here are massive. We've redesigned weapons with new models, combat feedback, and skill sets. We're also bringing in the one-handed sword, twin sword, halberd, and the crossbow to give you a unique combat experience tailored to this world. For your armies, dozens of legendary units are joining the roster, like the Tiger and Leopard cavalry. We've scaled up unit sizes to make fights feel more intimidating. Recruitment is now tied to geography. You have to go to the Northwest region to recruit the Northwest Heavy Cavalry. Combined with authentic voice lines, your units feel like living armies. Next up is Faction War. The real charm of the Three Kingdoms is the politics, the dynamic shifts between allies and enemies. To capture that, we completely overhauled how factions work. NPC faction relationships are no longer static. They evolve based on the state of the war. Every alliance you make or city you attack can shift the balance of power on the server. Resources and the economy are now the backbone of the game. Every war you wage, unit you recruit, or siege engine you build relies on resources flowing across the world. This means players who prefer logistics and crafting are now absolutely essential to winning a war. We've added a stronghold construction system. Every city on the map can be upgraded and fortified by players. Cities won't just easily reset back to level 1. They are long-term strongholds that your faction needs to manage and defend. You'll also see a complete Han Dynasty military rank and official title system. From basic ranks to high officials, every battle you fight and contribution you make translates into real status and identity. Another huge addition to the world is the massive war zone, offering maps larger than 8 square kilometers. With expanded borders and complex routes, tactics completely change. There is a lot more room for frontline combat, backline support, and troop deployment. Terrain, logistics, morale, and tactics will decide the battle. By the time we built everything, this world had the sheer volume of a brand new game. And that is why it requires a standalone client to run properly. This DLC marks a massive new chapter for Conqueror's Blade's 7th anniversary. Alongside our upcoming anniversary events, we're also upgrading the CBL to match the feel of Three Kingdoms. One last thing, we've hidden a lot of Three Kingdoms Easter eggs out there in the world, crafted with a lot of love for the history. You'll find plenty to explore. Thanks for watching. I'm Miles. Let's look forward to the next 7 years of Conqueror's Blade.
士倾颓，董卓乱京，暴政之下，天下震动，群雄并起，始争洛阳。虎豹所属，皆天下修睿。天下修睿，舍我其谁？虎豹雄姿，宰割天下。法体所向，皆为功勋。不敌如虎。快上！再快点！快！队长！虎豹雄姿，宰割天下。法体所向，皆为功勋。
Hi everyone, I'm Miles, producer of Conqueror's Blade: Three Kingdoms. Since our first teaser, many of you have been asking the same question: why does the new Three Kingdoms world need its own standalone client? In this video, I will walk you through exactly why. We've built a realistic Three Kingdoms world with over 60 cities alongside a massive visual overhaul. But it's not just about the visuals. The Three Kingdoms era was all about warlords colliding in one massive, chaotic war. Our old multi-channel system split players up. It just didn't fit that vision. So we removed it. Now, every single player shares one unified map. You're stepping into a living world where you'll face rival factions, shifting borders, and real strategic choices. Terrain is no longer just for show. We've completely rebuilt the road system. If your army takes the main roads, you move faster and save food, but you're out in the open. Taking the rough terrain is slow and costly, but it keeps you hidden. We're also introducing a morale system. Combats aren't just about stats and skill anymore. If your army's morale breaks, you may lose the battle. Now, let's talk about heroes and units. The changes here are massive. We've redesigned weapons with new models, combat feedback, and skill sets. We're also bringing in the one-handed sword, twin sword, halberd, and the crossbow to give you a unique combat experience tailored to this world. For your armies, dozens of legendary units are joining the roster, like the Tiger and Leopard cavalry. We've scaled up unit sizes to make fights feel more intimidating. Recruitment is now tied to geography. You have to go to the Northwest region to recruit the Northwest Heavy Cavalry. Combined with authentic voice lines, your units feel like living armies.
白马赛冰雪，一起请北天。
Next up is Faction War. The real charm of the Three Kingdoms is the politics.
Hello and welcome back! We have the second match day of CBL 2026. I'm today joined again by the good old Furious D. And we're gonna go into our first match, Yeah Buddy versus C. So that's what you're gonna see tonight. And firstly, so please introduce yourself today again for the audience.
Hello and welcome everybody. I am the Furious D. I will once again be the caster here, I guess the co-caster to Bruder Ritter. We all know Bruder Ritter is the star of the show here, so everyone give their hats off to him. But I will be helping him out wherever I can with today's casting. But yeah, let's go over those bands for the first matchup here.
Decision. You want to start with
Sorry, you go ahead, Bruder.
No, you go ahead. You're way too friendly.
Okay, I will go ahead. It will be C versus Yeah Buddy. We have bands of Stalwarts, Queens, Schutzdingers, Spartan Chosen, Wuxin Pikeman, and Doppelsonner with saves of Phalanx and Modal. And we will be on Alnwick Castle. Alnwick Castle being very much more of that open or field battle there. So I understand the saves of the gold anti-cav here, but we're seeing the ban of Stalwarts and Spartans, so a lot of that forward pushing shield units, forward shield DPS will be off of the table for our opponent, our two contestants here, along with Queens being banned, that high burst damage being done. So but it looks like the teams given their bans will be doing the Phalanx and the Modal as their damaging units, and maybe running a little bit more of a stall comp, just kind of sitting there with maybe ISG, the White Plume Guard, and some yellow turbans.
Classic. Yellow turbans and the white plum. I just call him Plum in regards. Pets chapeau to the good old Plum, the YouTuber.
Yes.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be a good thing. Yeah, Plumisian. I don't know how to pronounce that. My
Plumsian.
Plumsion. That would be the German way. Way worse. Talking a bit about the map again, I think you're really on a point there with the maybe going for slow pushes with the anti-cuff being available for both T5. Good anti-cuff. Phalanx being very strong. Modao being really strong right now. Never ult yourself or cannonball yourself as a short sword player into Modaos. You're gonna disappear like a Thanos snap. And therefore, so we are going into the lobby in a second already, but yeah, there we can already see what is being picked, so we can stop guessing and we can actually take a peek. And it's not what we said. Oh, who have guessed? It's a little bit of plums, but usually it's just Reaper.
Definitely seeing a lack of anti-cav. A lot of Shenjis being brought by both teams. I see 2 on C, and I believe there's 3 on Yeah Buddy. Even Flames as well by Yeah Buddy. I mean, that's a lot of specialty being brought by the Yeah Buddy side in there, and also a lot of cav being brought by C. Looking like they're favoring the Kudaliers and the Tiger and Leopard cavalry.
I got you. Tag.
Also, if you look at C, all their lineups look very similar. It's almost like they're all bringing the exact same lineup, and it's very interesting seeing how that is going. Where Yeah Buddy looks a lot more diverse in how their setups are.
And that's if you're planning around. You don't need to make plans for everybody. If you can make plans for everybody with one plan, you know. It's 5-head strategy.
If we all bring the exact same units, we all play the exact same way, I don't need a plan for anyone doing anything wild. You guys
Everybody
are doing all the same.
Aware what they have to do, or at least watch what the neighbor is doing. Then you should be aware.
Watch what your neighbor's doing, and make sure your neighbor's doing things right as we go through our Alnwick Castle cutscene here. Given that C is mostly cav, I think we will be seeing an A rush here.
Could be
B rush.
I just
E is
saw
on the
somebody
ground.
posting your nickname. For me, it's Timu Hurricane, and for you, it's Asmongold.
Oh yeah. Actually, it's an A rush.
Jesus.
Sorry, A is on the ground. A is still on the ground. I will never get these names right. A is on ground. B is on wall. It does look like C is primarily focused to this A side, slowly breaking down the breach. While Yeah Buddy is just posturing around. They got flames. They got Shenji. They got big burst damage here to stop any of C once this push starts happening.
Let's see what's gonna happen, huh? We're gonna see not that much. Right now they're just having a lot of cuff out. I think that was maybe looking into getting sallied and they're maybe countering it or trying to get the enemy to adapt to something they're not willing to push with. And now they're setting up the mortars to shoot on the setup defenses there. Counter mortars.
Some mortars be placed here to try to make sure Yeah Buddy walks backwards. But I mean, Yeah Buddy has 2 muskets, but it does look like those muskets cannot get to that section of the wall that looks very much like they should be able to get to. Unfortunately, there is a barricade there that stops them from walking forward and breaking these mortars. So these muskets are going to have a little bit harder of a time, but they are still breaking these mortars.
Slowly but steady. Setting up themselves already against the wall.
See, also climbing ladders here, getting a little bit of wall presence of their own, getting a musket up there, getting some poke damage. They're really interested to push here. This map is not seen that much, so anything these teams do will be quite a new experience for everybody on this field. And we'll see how teams adapt as we keep going on Elmwick Castle. Play a fun map, a new addition to the tournament play, and I'm enjoying it so far.
That's pretty smart sitting out there. If they're changing units again, then you can charge the units going back. Now he's charging the back units, staying there around, not paying attention. Team didn't tell him what's happening there. That's a little bit shitty. But now going in alone.
What are those Italian militia doing?
Come on, catch the Gokos. Make it worth.
They're gone. I believe they did get most of those Italian militia gone. I mean, great. I believe he's fallied with Tiger and Leopard Cav. That might have been Couteliers. I wasn't too for sure. No one watching the flank though. Gotta have someone watching that flank. Never know when a stray Cav is gonna come out and kill your units. Definitely rough for C there. Lost, I believe there was half of their Zycalians, so now they have to wait for their specialty to come back. So taking a little bit longer for this first push to happen. They do have a Shenji Grenadier though, so but yeah, looking at that Zycalian militia that just got brought back. Only 5 models left in that unit. Not that great. As now they're starting to walk forward, getting a little bit closer to this breach here. Both sides are postured. Yeah, I mean, Yeah Buddy has the high ground with their Shenji. It's going to be very hard for C. They cannot afford to just sit here and wait, especially with Yeah Buddy's high ground Shenji.
And muskets. Muskets being really strong there. Coco's basically just being a bait.
We got Plume blocking the breach here. Mortars now from C coming in. Another Shenji bomb from Yeah Buddy does hit a few of the claymores, and actually quite a bit of the Shenji. Doesn't look like it killed any of the models there, but it's some. Actually, no. Now I'm looking at it. It looks like they killed a lot of the models there. C has lost a lot of units as now we get into our first engagement here, as C now pushes into this breach. Yeah Buddy has the plumes and the ISG blocking the Tiger Leopard Cav from C, goes straight through, cleaning a lot of those shields as Yeah Buddy brings their cavalry of their own going straight through it. Walls holding. Another Shenji bomb comes in from Yeah Buddy, and it's looking like C is losing a lot of their units, not having anything here. The Reapers from Yeah Buddy are holding strong and pushing C right back out of this breach, and C just was unfortunately unable to get any real footing into this breach push.
They just go with Cuff again, and the Modao standing there. It's not going to work out. It's not looking like this is going to be something you want to do.
Another Tiger Leopard
right
comes in straight into Modao. I don't know if it's A lot of cabs to be pulled now. Hopefully C does a
No.
regroup here. I don't think they should be
Yeah.
going in here.
They see
But,
it. They see it as well. Jesus.
but I mean, they have an opportunity here. Yeah, but he is not reset up, but C also had heavy losses, so they will not be able to push this gap in Yeah Buddy's defenses and instead forced to regroup. It's now Yeah Buddy has now fully set back up on this breach. C is still regrouping, sending another. They believe that's Tiger and Leopard trying to through the breach. They slammed into a wall. A little bit of a death match happening on this wall. Yeah Buddy will just quickly kill all of C. Not really worrying too much about it. I don't know about going for this breach push again. It didn't really work out for them the first time, especially with Yeah Buddy having now 2 Shenji Grenadiers out. I mean, this is just so beneficial for Yeah Buddy. It's so easy for their Shenjis and their specialty to just get a lot of value. Also, another C player goes down there. I mean, the C is just losing players left and right before this push even starts.
Yeah, you have to think about Yeah Buddy is the strongest European team in history. So them having
Cavaliers,
aggressive
the
and good plays
Model.
to be thought of.
Yeah,
2 minutes on the
and,
clock is more worrying for me again. Now they're being a little bit afraid again. And now they're rotating as it looks to be.
I mean, I'm just seeing all of C just keeps throwing Cav through this breach as if it's going to do anything. And the Majalas are just sitting there like, okay, what's next?
Yeah.
So it's very confusing as
Don't
to
tell me
the
you're
plan
gonna
of
push
action.
turrets now. Jesus!
I mean, towers haven't even landed. They're like mostly pushed, so you can still go there. It would take long, but because the tower hasn't landed, they definitely have to wait for the tower to land. Honestly, I would have loved to see them go in through that small gateway and up the stairs and bait A and then go upstairs to B rather than going up this tower.
Yep.
Would have been a lot faster of a rotation, maybe bait out Yeah Buddy a little bit more. But I guess C just wants the tower. As Sally comes out, some Kudaliers. Actually, no, Tiger and Leopard Cav. Dagger Axe. Yeah, just C is getting ran over here. No anti-cav. As they just get ran over by Tagrak Lancers. It's Tiger Cav. A minute and a half on the clock. They have to run at this B point. It's gonna be very hard for them to get any headway as now they're getting shelled by Yeah Buddy's mortars. Build Turban Healing comes out, giving the CC immunity as well. Shenji Bomb from Yeah Buddy kills all of C's midline. As the engagement comes out once again, Yeah Buddy with the Reaper spam into C's ISG and also Reapers. It just looks like it's a slaughter. Yeah Buddy isn't even losing any units as the Reapers just plow through C's front line. And this is not even close of a battle here as Yeah Buddy will have a successful defense. A wonderful, beautiful defense here.
Flawless, one would say.
Mm-hmm.
Some yellow turbans getting rushed outside. One guy is trying to get his unit to push the turret where he's sitting on top and waiting.
Yeah, I mean, if we land the tower now, we might have a chance of getting that B point. I think his unit's still on C and not even on V, so we'll see how these claymores perform. Going into the Madao, and the Madao instantly killed the claymores. Me when my anti-cav is my damaging unit that doesn't care about the regular infantry. Alright, as we go into our good old team stats here, we'll go over C's MVP of Ember's God, getting the only S rank on the team, doing definitely not the greatest damage you love to see of your Bastard Sword players. Taking more damage than dealt is something you don't want to really see, but that's okay. As we go into our second place, C Tusana, the A rank at the middle bottom there. doing actually a pretty good amount of damage from our Bastard Sword. As we then go to the short sword below him, Ethereal, the A rank. Doing like pretty good tanking damage. Yeah. They did their best that they could for the matchup as we go into the Yeah Buddy side of Clapper Drogon. Alright, strength MVP. Once again, these Bastard Swords are not getting these very high numbers that I'm used to seeing, only getting to like around the 200,000 mark. I don't know if it's because of how the meta has shifted, but we're now seeing these very highs as we go into Dunkel as our A rank there with the most damage taken. 192,000 damage dealt total to taken. 3.7 million damage taken from units though. He was probably a Plume Guard or some other kind of shield that is very good for damage taken. As we'll go to Social Hippie with our most contribution points. I believe actually I think that's assist points. Musket player, 1.3 million damage. Did musket things. I mean, for that entire B push there. No, A push on the wall, on the ground. He was on the wall, caltropping, bombing. I mean, he was having a great time being a musket. He didn't even take any damage from units from Vice-Hero. As we go to our post-battle analysis here, red is C. I mean, as we can see by this chart, C just lost units before this fight even started. Quite a lot of units too. You saw by that early cav charge got a lot of that flanking cav charge got basically half of C specials and quite a few other units. And this chart just speaks volumes of C did not win a single one of these engagements. Kind of close on that first engagement, but not close enough to where they could get any further setups, and also just taking a little bit too much time. Also, only being able to kill one of Yeah Buddy. You know, at least they figured out that gods can in fact bleed by killing one of them.
Jesus. But it's Ember Scott on the other side, so I don't know. He also
who was
died
our
once.
one dead? That's Apex.
Oh. God. Just having my forehead in the camera. Classic.
Yeah.
I was like looking into
great switch as we go into Bruder's forehead.
Classic.
Good. Yeah, but I mean, now we go into swap sides. Yeah, buddy on the attack. Will they do the same thing? Going through that A breach, or will they go to B?
Go for B. There's so many options. A and B.
I mean, Alma Castle has quite a bit of options here with how it goes. I mean, you'll have a breach, you have just the front of A, which is very trebleable. You got going in through A and then baiting, going up the stairs to B. You got B's towers. You could even go A side, break B gate, rotate to B, go through the gateway, and just get that supply that's on the ground there. I mean, there's quite a bit of options for the attacker side to do here, as our cameras are a little bit lagging on the
Discord
stream here.
I hope it's not like this. Like, Jesus.
That camera froze for a while there. As now it looks like they're a little bit. Okay, but yeah, very excited to see how Yeah Buddy performs on Alma Castle.
Oh, I think the freeze is going to be live. It's so the worst. I looked like the demon was inside of me. That sounded even worse.
Yeah, you definitely had some demons showing up. I can't wait to see how you're gonna get memed about that one. You're gonna get memed about the demons have possessed Bruder. That's why he doesn't respond to our DMs.
Jesus, that's my job. No, it's fine. Yeah, camera's lagging a little bit out. I think it's just related to the software we're using, because we have two cameras going live at the same time. So don't worry too much about it. You can make some great memes from this, I guess, and have your little fun with it, at least with my face.
Yes.
For Furious, you need to ask him, because person. No. So
yeah, Bruder isn't a person, so you can do whatever to him. Who cares about it? That guy.
By players, I'm a CM, so I have to do everything for them. That's what they see in me.
Well,
Nothing more.
You're a
but-
CM, you're a developer, you're actually the senior developer. Honestly, you might even have a promotion to the game's owner, the game company owner. So like you control everything around here.
Right.
We're
I'm
all
doing
just blaming you for
everything.
everything. It's okay. Yeah, you're
all the marketing things, everything. It's just me
yes.
putting all.
Just you.
I'm just creating another Discord accounts and having KI voices for you to be like, "Hello, my name is," blah, blah, blah," but it's actually me being in the back and be like,
Yeah,
"You would never guess."
a little bit of a bipolar, maybe a multi-personality syndrome there. Needs to have like 20 accounts and is like, this is the team working on the game. No, it's just Bruder. It's just Bruder.
Team working
he's
on
actually
the game. Oh, we have to do it. We need to do this. No. We need to listen to Room Buddha. He gotta fire us. No, please. Now I see the live stream with our cameras going stuck. Jesus, it's gonna happen to us. There's one frame which looked the worst. It was just my eyes wide, basically, and my eyes going up. So we're waiting for the next round to happen. And we are inside of the lobby. Nice. So away with the faces. Do the magic tricks. To the left side. I was not aware.
This.
He has different magic tricks.
As we go into this, once again, looking at these compositions, I'm still seeing quite a bit of cavalry by C. Definitely a lot. Actually, this almost looks like the exact same composition they brought on attack. I'm kind of struggling to find some differences here. It's almost like they just copy pasted and said like, this will work. As we go over to, yeah, this looks like the same. Are we somewhere on a different match? This looks like very similar to what I just saw before. As we go to specialty, I mean, it's still 3 Shenji's flame, 1 flame by Yeah Buddy. It's still 3 Shenji by C. Quite a bit of anti-cav. Still a lot of Tiger Leopard cav and Kudaliers by C. I still don't think I've seen people use that cav correctly. They're just charging in and saying that's good. But I mean, maybe they know something that I don't, even though I don't know. They are the tournament players. I am not. I'm just a caster. Let's go
We are
into
just
the roses.
Yeppy 1 and Yeppy 2, and you are being Yeppy 1. I just have to listen and be like, that's funny. And then people be like, Bruder, shut the fuck up. Like, okay, sorry, mate. Going back to the visuals.
Bruder's going back to his schizophrenia. He's talking to himself yet again.
To the team.
We
to the
pray
team.
for this man. Pray for this man.
Talking to the team. The voices. They're getting louder. Sometimes.
So we now go into our cutscene. We'll see exactly how Yeah Buddy goes. Starting at the A position at the breach. It does look like they are going to be going the... Oh, there might be...
I can hear the horn of...
This is such a bad Sally. There's no way Sally's out this. Oh, where's Sally at? Oh, it's so predicted. Everything's known here. The cav is flooding out the gate. Yeah, but he gets a side charge. Oh, all of C's cav's gone. It's all gone.
Why did they run back to supply? They don't have units out.
C is just kind of watching as all their units are dying.
Guys, run!
Everything is gone. They're now running back to supply. Yeah, buddy just wiped out C Sally and made it look like it was the easiest thing of their life. Maybe lost a few Kudaliers to the double Arbalest that C brought, but I mean, that looked like a really bad exchange for C there. We'll see exactly in the post game of chart of how that really went on, but that didn't look like it works. And now, Yeah Buddy is getting all this space for free, and C just can't rotate fast enough. They had their Sally, and they just watched their units die. They're like, didn't work, and then they went back to pull. This is if you're gonna Sally like this, at least go immediately back. But now, Yeah Buddy has gotten all this space. They're already inside the walls. And C defending near the A point. Looking like Trebs will be very valuable here. I mean, this is such an open area. I see why C wants to defend back here. Makes it so that, yeah, buddy, Shenji's have a little bit harder of time getting to this range. But C's getting a Tiger Leopard Cap into the back line of, yeah, buddy, it does massive damage into those Claymores and Berserkers. Doing a big leap as the engagement comes into the shields. Front line, big damage coming in. The Tiger Leopard Cap goes, charges through, leaps. Doesn't look like it gets much value. Does a lot of damage. It doesn't look like C is going to be defending this very good as they hold it strong. Actually looking fairly close as the backline. Yeah, buddy gets a Cataphract Lancers into the back of C. Not many of them go in though, so it's not doing the greatest of damage. Still, this fight rages on. Does look like C will be winning it. More Tiger Leopard Cap comes in, does a good cross charge. Does look, and C will be winning this engage here. Does look a little bit dicey there at start. Went a lot longer of a fight, but the Phalanx lived long enough and were able to clean it up.
I think this is like 5-head strategy. They go out with cavalry, make the enemy believe like, okay, let's go. We have clear room. We can just go in. And then C was like, ah. They pushed up their glasses with one finger, and then they'd be like, you activated my trap card. Now it's counter push time. And then they went for it. Jesus. I think some
C bringing mostly cav.
Screaming now.
C bringing as much cav as they did definitely helped a lot better with getting these engagements a little bit cleaning up faster. These supply being a lot closer. Yeah, buddy, supply being way out there. Not having that breach broken made it so that yeah, buddy was not able to reinforce this fight. So they only had the units they brought with them, where C were able to bring 2, maybe even 3 units to this fight and engage it. This does mean that yeah, C lost quite a few more units than yeah, buddy, but when looking at the top there, C still has the unit count advantage.
I'm already getting flooded on Discord with the fucking freeze frame and making memes out of it. Jesus. Once in a lifetime. I hate it. Every time.
The community works fast. Shouldn't have freeze framed.
Yeah, for you it's fun for 1 week maybe, but I gonna see that shit on my work time. Every time I make a mistake, they're gonna send me this picture and be like, hey. Mistarida, you remember your freeze frame 1 year ago? Here you have your meme. Yeah.
As now, yeah, buddy positions at this bridge. Actually, looking like they might. They positioned at the breach. They broke the breach, but are not going to be going through the breach, or instead going through the front. I actually do enjoy going through the front here after breaking breach. It makes it so that C cannot put Shenji on the wall. Or risk. Also, C gave up B.
C gave up B. Love it. CB.
The blue team gave up the B point here. Kind of weird. Yeah, buddy putting a mortar in the least mortarable spot here, literally on the front. I don't think this mortar hits anything, but it shows that, hey, we put an artillery piece here.
It's okay.
Maybe it'll
baiting
someone.
But also, like,
the mortar's gone.
C is giving up on C as well right now, and also the high ground, which is highly favorable for the musket meta right now. So I don't know why this is happening. And the musket player is gonna have the fun of his lifetime going, be like, give me another 20 seconds, I'm gonna have my next grenade ready. Give me the seconds. Now they have all the way in the back, they have the supply and therefore having the pressure point on C. So yeah, buddy, maybe just buying some time here for our good old dual blade in the back to cap a little bit of C and also having pressure on C. Now they're taking the room which is created through this.
All of C is leaving. What is happening? It's all of C baited to leave. Now they're rotating back. Shenji Grenadier comes in, does massive damage and throws them down. Maybe even getting a few up. Yeah, buddies. Shenji as well, as now the front lines meet. Heavy shields meeting shields as ISG are trying to hold the line as the fight rages on. The Madao are charging in. The Tiger and Leopard Cap are going into the Phalanx, jumping through, getting into the backline of C. It does heavy damage. Yeah, buddy, it's running through C this time. They are not playing around as they just quickly clear through all of C's units. Yeah, buddy, now carrying this momentum through to the C point. They already have that supply there, so they do not have to retreat back outside the walls, but they do not have to retreat outside the walls anyways because they have such a massive army here. They will be capturing that C point. Kudalier charging through.
I love how your voice goes following me. That's a perfect change
That's,
of direction there. Nice.
this is now we posture again. 4.5 minutes on the clock. 8 points still has to be captured, so we'll probably go around to 6 minutes here. The gate is closed. The unit's still looking fairly even though. Quality advantage is, I mean, even. Everything's basically even here. Yeah, but he does have a little bit more units, but they are greens. Probably some rats. I love those rats. Love having rats as your final units, especially when it looks like your quality is going to meet fairly even here. So yeah, but he will definitely win these fights there, having that rat advantage. As they now go through this gateway, very interesting here. Going through to the home point, not even worrying about the auxiliary point. Will they go through the small gate or will they continue onwards and go through the big opening as this magnificent tree blocks our cameraman and he has to struggle to figure out how the hell to angle for this tree. So we go to continue on. Mortars being placed by C. Good positioning here. We'll be able to hit all of Buddy's units. The auxiliary point probably being captured by one of Buddy's. Just a stray guy getting there. Doesn't look like C really cares about the auxiliary point. Really just worrying about the home point.
Now they're going all the way back, rotating to the back.
Yeah, but he fully rotating to the back. We do love to see this. A lot bigger of an area. Attackers love this big open area. And their supply is right here, so these Shenjis can resupply and get right back into the action really fast. They do have to worry a little bit there. There is a gate on the left, so the defenders can come in quickly and do a flank, and that is the defender's immunity zone as well, so attackers have a hard time trying to plug that area. But the trebs are going to be very vital, as now C is going on the offense here, starting to push forward. Yellow Turban's healing the blob as C continues running forward into this double ISG. Meet the Shenji bomb going far out. Does hit some failings there as the cavalry starts reaching the dagger axe going into the back line of by the Yorkis dismounting into the C's front line as the cavalry goes in. But he still has a big blob. Now the Tiger Leopard Cab from C going to the back of Buddy, though, does massive damage, killing a lot of Ratans, though, not getting into this main heavy blob here. The Modal are still holding strong for Buddy, pushing forward. And where did C's units go? They're all gone.
They were Thanos snaps. They vanished into dust. And
now, Buddy is on the final point. Only 3 people of C are alive. This is looking very dire for C. There's double Modal braced at the entrance of the spawn there. So C will not be able to leave. They still have the other exit though. But this home point is looking swarmed by Buddy. C trying to go out the other side of their spawn. Tiger Leopard Cab trying to make a little bit of an opening there. Slamming into a barricade because they don't know where the hell to go. But yeah, C is going to try their hardest to stall out this fight as long as possible. They got 10 alive there, but with 5.5 minutes on the clock, only 100 units, it'll be a miracle if C is able to stall this point as long as they need to.
At 5 minutes, I highly doubt it. I doubt it. Gonna be just them wiping heroes one by one.
C slowly dying out here. They have a short sword on the point. Musket rolling around as well here. Almost 99% captured here. So but he just needs a little millisecond here. They got some people just AFK on the point because that's really all. His match is over. Buddy 2-0 for C. As we go to our MVP on the Buddy side. Keat Jade SR, Glaive player with 163 unit kills there. Doing pretty good damage stats and everything all around there. That's what go into Barracuda as our most contribution points, I believe that is. And once again, another of our Glaive players doing wonderful things. Let's go over Sani, the short sword, blue 17. At the top. Third person. Third person. There we go. Somehow our short sword player here got 7 hero kills. Don't know what he did, but this man was the hero slayer of the match as a short sword.
Boy.
Only
Short
doing
sword.
41,000 damage as his hero though, so he did something. He was the last hit king. As we go over to the C side, No Hard GV, once again our glaive player as our MVP, 131 unit kills, doing very good there, so doing that stats bonus there. As we go to Ethereal, who has at the bottom there as our S rank, has our most contribution points. Short sword doing short sword things. As we go into who's another player we could shout out here. Let's go to the long sword, second place on a Targi. Long sword, only long sword, being brave enough to be playing a long sword in competitive matches. Obviously not going to have that high stats, but I'm sure his healing was very appreciated. As we go to our post-battle analysis here, the second tab, Yeah Buddy is red, and we can see here, while Yeah Buddy was red, blue was still losing. C was losing all these fights. Besides that first fight, the first fight, C did remarkably well. You could see where their Sally, they lost a lot, but that was only green units. I honestly, if they didn't Sally, I think this might have been a different game. C would have had a lot more units, and it could have swayed a lot more into their favor.
Hadn't pushed in like that, so it's like you never know what happened if you changed, like the butterfly effect, you know. If it didn't happen, then they might not have attacked like that, and then it wouldn't unfold like this the first push. So I doubt.
I mean, having all those green units would have definitely helped them at the end there when they were down to 200 versus 550. I mean, would have definitely preferred having a few more green units. They might have not done much against Modaos and Claymores and, you know, all that kind of, but, you know, some Kudalier charges still gets value no matter what it goes into. So, and some rats. They also had some rats, and some Arbalists would have helped clear those Modao. Could have definitely changed the flow of the battle there for sure. But
yeah, we are back
to
laggy camps and freeze frame nightmare. Jeez.
As yeah, we're right here. That was Yeah Buddy versus C though. Pretty alright matchup there. Pretty good actually. Definitely Yeah Buddy showing that they're very strong here. Definitely one of the top teams in this tournament. And what more can you say there? C did a pretty good job. Just seemed like they needed a little bit more work on that attack of Alnwick. Going through that breach didn't seem like it worked for them. Could have learned from Yeah Buddy there, where you break the breach and then go through the front. That way that the enemy Shenjis can't really affect you as much. Seemed like Yeah Buddy really refined that strategy, really knew how to attack the map. And C just didn't know how to attack it. But their defense looked pretty solid.
I think saying their defense or attack didn't look solid. They're playing against one of the best or the best European team basically, and therefore not ending up winning a fight or not pushing that much is like not that being like, oh, that was not that good. But I think seeing them defending the one push there really, really solid, and seeing this in the post-battle analysis really worked out for them. I think they reacted really well. They didn't seem to be afraid most of the time, which you can see in a lot of battles happening where the time slowly ticks down and they be like outside for 5 minutes and be like, what should we do, guys? The time is just for the defenders. Nope.
I mean, they even went on the attack as a defender and with that time remaining. Now, it might have been a little bit of ambitious, especially you're running uphill against Shenji. Well, Shenji, you really like being uphill and shooting down on the opponents and getting that good bomb in. But, I mean, they still worked. They did what they wanted. It might have not worked out, but it looked like they stuck to their plan, stuck to their guns. Didn't work out, but they kept to it and they did a good showing.
I think so. I think that's something you can still be proud of or not be like, didn't work out. But Yeah Buddy is like the nutcracker, basically. Then you have Dunkel, where the only choice you have is running back to your room and get the light switch to try to counter the darkness. Dunkel is making this joke every year.
We're playing Five Nights at Freddy's. We gotta turn on the lights. Dunkel's at left gate. Flashlight. Close the door.
Close the door. Yeah. His wooden spoon of strategy is feared, so that's the one you need to be afraid of. And
Very true, very true.
but for me,
yeah,
always
we have
looking into also
ahead.
like the team is really strong. That is something you also need to take into attention, because usually they end up having a master strategy for the last matches. So they're usually not even fighting on their fullest potential in the first group stage and stuff like this. And then for the finals, you're going to see them pulling out the big strategies. And then even one further for against Asia, where they're pulling them up. Like last year, we saw the Blitzkrieg strategy, basically. It's a German strategy, but they used it with the setup of the supply point with this flag. That's why I'm pointing up my finger. This is the flag. And they just used the speed buff and just rushed C on Regionopolis, which was mind-blowing. Really will fight. I still hear or see Chinese guys yapping inside of a chat sometimes like, the only thing you can do is rushing us. That was not a good strategy. It worked out. Was a perfect strategy. Fuck you.
Wow. Helots, man. They definitely love that speed buff. Maybe that's why some teams are having that longsword so that they could run the speed buff there. Even they could even do Helot plus longsword, give you a little bit more of that speed buff, which would be, you're zooming across the map. How is the enemy team supposed to catch up to you?
There's the beam with this.
Yeah.
I don't know the name of the physics guy.
I don't remember. I'm off the top of my head. But yeah, now we have no, don't remember. But we have quite a bit of time here now before our next matchup.
We can also do a little break if you want. We get some water, some fresh air, some reduced.
I think I will. Yeah, we might have to cut a little break. I don't know if I can cover for 20 minutes. We have to start recording Elmwood Castle so that I can do a little post-battle thing.
Master Magician, give us like 2 minutes or 3 minutes, and then we go into a little break and can prepare for the next rounds. Then I also have to be a little bit on the side hustle again, where I prepare the other lobbies, because the second match for 6 p.m. was cancelled. Dipped on the enemy, and therefore one less fight today.
That's unfortunately we did have a surrender, so yeah, it happens. Maybe they realized their strategy wasn't refined enough, and they didn't want to do any embarrassment on the field. So they just said,
I think their name is this band, and they're just doing what they call them. Huh?
Yeah, they qualified, and they're like, good enough.
Good enough. We're done. We did one. I can't do it a second round. I'm not made for it. 3 minutes enough for me. Time out.
Yeah. We're
go into a break, or you want to see maybe some highlights? We also have some highlights, I think. Do we have highlights?
Oh yeah.
Or did you say we have some highlights? We can watch some highlights. Nice, sir.
Go over the highlights here, as this is C's first. This looks like C's first push into this. So you can see where Buddy has. I mean, they have Schutzidinger on the wall. They have a Shenji on the wall. I mean, such a beautiful setup here by Buddy, as the C tries pushing in, and you can see the Cav actually get quite a bit through Buddy's defenses. But I mean, look at this mosh pit. It's hard to tell really what's happening here.
The barbecue starting from the back.
Yeah, barbecue. Sorry, I mean that was C's Zycalian Militia trying to do something there, but it just wasn't enough. You can see, but he just holds strong. Really, to look at like a lot of their units, they didn't even die. Wonderful defense by Buddy. Still has those Shenji on the walls. Probably did like a few. I don't think I saw the animation, but I might have been a little bit distracted. Tiger Leopard Cav going into Modao. Enough Cav will do wonderful things at the end again, surely. As this is C's secondary push, where Buddy sallied on them as they're going up the tower. I mean, wonderful play by Buddy, realizing that C is just taking too long. We'll just send some Cav out there, clean up some of the units. And C was just not able to react fast enough. Have a minute and a half on the clock. They have to push this really fast. Start getting hit by cannons, mortars. Shenji bomb comes in here, does massive damage. I mean, C just took so much damage before this fight even started. Yes, there's yellow turbans there, but yellow turbans aren't that strong of healing comparatively to like shoots a dinger.
You have
And
to
you
also
see
look
where
into the flank there from the back. So all the
yes,
yellow turbans.
yeah, but he also
can
getting a flank.
the classic
I mean,
body strategy where it's one front line and then you have two guys in your back. Don't quote me on that. And that's the
as we go into
classic
the
body strategy. That's
as
this.
we swap
See that?
sides.
That's the
Yeah,
C
buddy
difference.
attack.
Yeah.
Yeah, buddy attack here. First attack on this B point here. I mean, this is a beautiful flank by C. You see those Tiger Leopards in the backline getting so much of buddy's units here. I mean, C did just a wonderful job with their cav. You can see where buddy just didn't have the anti-cav to really deal with it. Their damaging infantry got a little bit too far forward. The Mandaus were not able to stop. Also bringing cataphragm lancers is really funny by buddy here. Even with all these flanks that C did, you can see that buddy actually lived a very long time in this engagement, a lot longer than I thought they would. Just a wonderful job living and trying to even out that trade. Maybe those Reapers and Claymores were giving enough damage reduction to where the cav from C was just not able to clean enough up. As we
Even
go
here, there
through
were.
back to
I think they were really prepped for the attack there, and the setup was okay. But what really broke their back was the second or two front line basically. One guy making pressure in the back, and then the main push coming there. And if they just stick to or having the answer to the guy in the back, then they should be fine with the push coming from the front.
And as we go into the C defense here, I think this was just C a little bit too disorganized. You can see where the flanking of buddy, that two-pronged assault. C didn't have shields at the back, and the Claymores and Berserkers went into the back line, and they just didn't have an answer. And forced to look both ways, they didn't cross the street, got hit by a car. Oh, they didn't cross the street, got hit by a car. And you just got ran over here. A beautiful execution by buddy. Unfortunately, C was just unable to really defend it here. As we go into our home defense, really what could be said here, C got maybe a little bit overzealous. They see all this artillery and they just ran for it. Just straight up, they started running. They saw red. They're like, we can't have that. They're just sprinting into this. See where as the engagement hits, that Shenji bomb goes like a mile, hits a phalanx. A little bit far of a Shenji bomb there, but other than that, as you see this engagement, you can see where C is just very dispersed, and this engagement comes out, you already see it. There's just a massive clump of red here, and C just doesn't have really anything. Beautiful Tiger Leopard into the back of buddy, but I mean, looking at the rest of this, all their C's units died before this engagement happened. It took about 5 seconds, and that fight was over. Crazy work by buddy.
So we're gonna make a little break of like 10 minutes. I'm gonna grab a water, and then we're gonna be back here, and then we're gonna be seeing Story Enjoyers against GBK.
GBK.
I'm getting confused with the names in my head.
Story Enjoyers versus GBK. Hold on.
I can search for it. Give me a second. It's Golem Beak, right? That's it. Jesus.
There we go.
The names changing from time to time, and the Golem Beak.
We are professional casters. We
remember.
know the team names. It's okay.
Nah, it's fine. It's happening so much. So, okay. See you, boys.
Yeah.
See you in 10 minutes.
Quick break.
Bye-bye. Some magic is gonna happen on the screen and we're gonna vanish. And we are back. You missed us? No, doesn't matter. We are back. Here you go. Two lovely weavers going straight at you. Furious being like, oh gosh, what I have to
I'm
join
with
in.
this guy. Yikes! All right, I'm gonna come back at this. I
I'm
should be
the
going to
worst.
this fairly shortly. As let's just go straight into the bands here. As this is going to be Story versus GBK on Hidden City. We have the bands of Stalwarts, Zycalian Militia, Koodaliers, Iron Reapers, Lion Roar Crew, Claymores, with saves of Queen's Knights and Spartan Chosen. Hidden City being primarily a tower defense kind of map here. Usually the map is decided if the tower lands, the map goes to the B point. But a lot of this is going to be a lot of waiting around. We'll see how these teams defend these towers. If it's one phase denial, we'd like to see about 3 of these towers be denied. But with Lion Roar Crew being banned, it's going to be a little bit harder, maybe forced to use javelins instead, or even Falconetti gunners to break these towers. I know. A unit that has not been seen for quite a while, kind of lost its sway in the world, but I might see some Falcos on this map just to help break these towers here. Bands of the Claymores and the Stalwarts are going to be, and the Reapers are going to be fairly rough here, but Reapers being banned when Queens is saved. I mean, you're never going to bring Reapers when Queens are on the field. Queens will just instantly delete these Reapers. So maybe Reapers were banned and then Queens were saved, or Queens were saved. Something happened here. We didn't need to ban the Reapers when Queens are saved. You weren't bringing Reapers in the first place. Maybe they were banned and then Queens were saved. Who knows? Going over that, Zycalian Militia being banned though is going to be. I mean, Zykes. I feel like Zykes aren't that strong anymore. We saw C bring them before, and even yeah, Buddy wasn't bringing any Zycalian Militia. So I think these Zycalian Militia bans that teams are doing is a relic of the past.
Yeah, but it's really hard. Like I said before, it's like the musket meta right now. So muskets being very strong, and they bring the fire bombs to it, and therefore militia is gonna be a debuff to your own team. If they're exploding, then your units go poof, and then you just have the damage inside of your team instead of the enemy team, which is bad.
Yeah, having muskets blow up your Zycalian Militia, you gotta really position your Zykes in a spot where they won't blow up the rest of your team. But sometimes when you're running up that tower, you have to run up that tower. And if the musket gets a good firebomb, well, 80 unit kills for that musket. That's just how it goes.
Explosion.
And it's just like, well, push is dead. Push is dead. Guys, GG.
Sir, they hit the second unit.
They hit the second Zyke. Yeah, it was just rough out there. But I just don't understand these Zycalian Militia. I feel like it's a relic of the past. People are banning it because they're like, Zycalian are strong. But I mean, with Flame Shackle there, musket buff, these Zykes are getting a lot harder to play. And
yeah, you need
just
to keep your balls inside. You can't bring it to every event anymore. It's not like showing them every time and dealing massive damage to a family party. But no, keep it at home, keep it safe.
I don't know what your family reunions are like, but I don't think I want to be part of them if you're showing your Zycalian
They're like
Militia.
my team meetings.
Yikes. So
classic. Should we
there,
go back to the OBS? Don't sleep. Our cameras are freezing again. Jesus.
But once I get going over the bands here, Koodaliers band. I think this is just a band to stop any kind of these cheap sallies being done. So you don't have to worry about, oh, we're gonna just sally with Koodaliers and we'll get value there. We'll get some kills. We'll stall a little bit of time. With Koodaliers being banned, it's gonna be a little bit harder to get that stall done. Maybe they'll sally with the Iron Cap. I see Zweihanders being brought by story enjoyers.
Nice.
Holy smokes, Zwies?
Zwies? They're actually good against
Zwies
yeah,
are
sure.
technically a counter to Queens. But the matchup goes to where you have to kind of think about it. If the queens bait out the STRY ability, the STRY loses. But in these engagements, it's going to be hard to bait out the STRY ability because you're going to have to just go in. So it's no longer baiting. You just have to go, and the STRYs are going to quickly clean up. So I'm very excited to see how STRY goes with their STRY handlers here. And I mean, looking at the teams, I mean, this is almost the 30 Queens Knights being brought by both teams. I'm struggling to find people that aren't bringing Queens Knights. I mean, I think
Man of Honor, no Queens.
I think I see 2 on STRY not bringing Queens. GBK. I'm going through the list here. Every single person on GBK is bringing a queen, and only 2 people on STRY are not bringing queen. I mean, that's basically a 96% pick rate there once it's not banned. A little bit crazy of a unit there. It was recently nerfed. However, because we are on the CBL servers, we did not get that nerf. We were on we are on the previous patch, so
we're on patch 2. It's a frozen patch. So
frozen patch, and we don't even have the Bastard Sword nerf, which is why we are seeing so many of these Bastard Swords still.
Which is a
definitely
shame.
Yes, would have loved to see that patch for this tournament. I think it would have created a lot more dynamic of the classes. Maybe you know, half of the Bastard Swords, we would have seen a little bit more variety. But here we are, we have the Bastard Swords. Yeah, well, this is what we're dealing with as we go into this matchup. STRY on the attack, GBK on the defense here. Let's see if GBK will be doing the tower denial, the traditional tower denial on the map. Does look like GBK not going to the back of the map to place any culverins, instead getting fully on the walls.
Isn't there one of the Game of Thrones thing called Battle of the Bastards?
Battle of the Bastards, and that is definitely what this tournament is. Battle of the Bastards.
Jeez.
Sword.
Sword. In-game.
Swords.
In-game.
Swords. Make sure that you put a pause there, make people be like, oh, and then swords. And it's like, oh.
Be like, you didn't, and you're like, nah, no, he did. He's a nice.
GBK has placed all but 2 of their artillery, so this is going to be a tower denial, but they didn't place it in the far back, which is definitely a risky play here. Actually, they're doing treb breaking. They're breaking more of the trebs, but they're struggling. 5 of the trebs still up here. That far left treb is at 1 HP. I'm hoping that this spear player hits it. And he hits it. Beautiful. 5 trebs remaining. Not the worst. Not the best, though. 4 trebs. Okay. Even better. Definitely very good now. We love to go down to 3 trebs here for a treb denial. Obviously, getting all the trebs broken would be amazing here. But getting down to just 3 is still fine. It still does good work. It's not terrible. I should go ahead and maybe break that far right treb.
That's the classic.
Going down to 2.
Yeah, it's the classic destroy the traps, fight on the walls. The enemies brought one-time cavalry, so you have more units to be available on something where the cavalry usually can't get. But everybody who played TW White Elk Fort saw some cavalry up on the walls, be like, what are you doing up there? Get your high horse down here. Jesus.
Now we go into this phase. I mean, 2 trebs remaining. It's going to be very hard for these trebs to land. And they're still breaking the trebs. You know, as these trebs break, it's even harder for the STRY enjoyers to break the culverins placed by GBK. So, I mean, that 1 treb is down to 10%. Only needs 2 more culverin hits. The GBK still has a culverin, or well, an artillery place to be placed here. We'll see if they place any artillery for it, or if they're just fine with 2 trebs being up. Most of the trebs have been used, though, so I doubt GBK is too worried about these trebs at this point in time. The strategy isn't used too much here. It's definitely a riskier strategy. You're not stalling as much time for the point. You know, breaking these towers, 2-3 wave stalls, 4 minutes, but seems like Story is taking quite a bit of time, maybe not prepared for this first land of tower, so it's still stalled quite a bit of time for GBK. So they now push forward. Trep coming in here. Oh my. Okay, only one ball really hit good there. The second one didn't have as good a value. And so they wait in position. Story Enjoyer is placing lots of mortars here to shoot up onto the GBK's wall. I mean, I would have loved to see any of GBK's muskets walk forward here. I mean, they're plugging the area, so these muskets can walk forward and start breaking these mortars. Seems like they're a little bit scared. See them now getting up there, but I'd love to see them do this a little bit earlier.
Usually also the
Trep's still coming out.
The people on the mortar are a good indicator for the push to be happening. They leave the mortars. Usually you can expect the push to be done or executed, which we can see now.
Pushing up this tower. Spartans of GBK walking into these Spartans are going to instantly evaporate the Zweihanders, instantly killing them, the Queens killing them. Doppelslayer not hitting anything as GBK re-pushes into this tower. Story just full backing out.
Yeah, I think they wanted to go quickly for one unit, but they ended up losing way more than they snatched there.
Yeah, I mean, now GBK's shoots a dinger are out of position here. And Story is going to pick up that as well. I mean, GBK having a little bit of a positional error here now. Story walking right back up. GBK still has their flames up. Flames going down as well. Doppelslayer comes out, but it's not going to hit much. And what happened to GBK's units is now they're all gone. The specialty is mostly evaporated as Story now pushes into their Zwies, swinging their swords in there. And GBK is very quickly losing units. Spartans pushing forward. The Zweihanders cleaning all of GBK. Still doing massive damage, but these Ys are doing insane. Phalanx on the wall as well. Getting a little bit of that stun from Phalanx, and yeah, Story. I mean, that bait and switch really worked out for them. Push forward, baiting GBK to walk up. Story immediately ran back down the tower, and Story's muskets were able to farm all the specialty by GBK. So we go to this GBK leaving a queen on the wall, maybe trying to find something here. Doesn't look like it really worked out for them. As Story already has a supply on the ground. Yeah, this is looking very rough for GBK. Only having 4 people alive. They might be forced to leave B and go straight back to home. And you really don't want to go to home on this map. This is a map that home, when you get to home, but you're basically lost.
Teams fight in front of home, which is we gonna see happening as well, where they don't directly defend on home, but on the way before end, where you still have the close supply points left and right, but you need to rotate as fast as the enemies do, which they are doing right now by positioning more in the middle. So they are quickly to move to the right side if the attackers decide to go to the right side. So that's all they're gonna do right now there. But still, it's not working quite good, but Story Enjoyers being really, really strong. They executed the top execution there quite well, too much execution. And they just did really well on the push there. But also, I think it was a little bit of a mistake from GBK, a little bit more, because they ended up investing their flames in the open for nothing. And so they got jumped all their special units and therefore all their advantage. And then they just dropped in one by one, which never works out for any team in history of CB. And now they're also getting pushed to the different side and they're going to lose the supply based on their positioning, which is also seen by Story Enjoyers. If they are now quick, they pull 3 or 4 people into the back and let them push into the trap, right? Yes, sir.
GBK pushing into this.
Only 2 traps.
They have the flames. Only 2 trebs there, so it's not good. Oh my god, the treb hit the flames. Oh my, Story Enjoyers had a great Tiger Leopard Cav through GBK. You see this Cav just going straight through GBK. There's nothing stopping it. And I mean, this is looking rough for GBK. But they're holding strong. The Phalanx is holding very good. You see a little bit of a stagger here. Not really doing as well as they want. Sorry, my voice started there. As Story pushes through there, and it's looking rough. GBK pulling a fresh set of units. Story not blocking that supply at all. So GBK bringing a new fresh set of units into this blob. And it's looking like they will be holding strong, stopping Story from fully snowballing all the way to home. So great job by GBK getting another set of units in here, but I mean that engagement was very rough looking, and Storage is still ahead on units. Actually, GBK looking like they might fully sally as they run for another Tiger Leopard Cav into the back of GBK there. I mean, this Cav is doing what? Oh my God! Story Enjoyers is doing wonders with this Cav. It is just obliterating GBK. Their phalanx is not catching any of this Cav, and now Story Enjoyers is pushing right forward, punishing GBK's overextension, and it's just it's a steamroll. It's Mollywop. They're wiping the floor with them as now Story Enjoyers has a better blob here, better grouped up as they push forward yet again, rotated towards the supply. GBK trying to pull a unit, but there is a short sword on that supply, blocking any pulls from having another glaive there as well. The phalanx are unbraced. They go back into the brace. They will be braced fine, but there is ISG taking those phalanx, so they will not be doing anything as they quickly get rolled over. GBK on the back foot, only 6 of them alive, 500 units. It'd be really hard for Story Enjoyers to lose this kind of advantage at this point here. As they get onto the home point.
So good with their let's retreat. We're looking like we're a little bit weak, but nah! Bam! You're getting clapped by Tiger Leopard. Jesus, those charges.
IPG walk from GBK, but really no follow-ups. Queens trying to stall a little bit. Wuxing Pikeman getting there. I mean, GBK is throwing mud at a steel wall, and it's just not it's just sliding right off. And really nothing's happening here as GBK is just getting ran over by the Cav of Story Enjoyers. I mean, a beautiful Cav by Story Enjoyers did wonders here. You could really tell that they have practiced this Tiger and Leopard Cav a lot better as they just go straight onto GBK's spawn point here, and really they cannot stop Story Enjoyers. GBK, it's still 6 minutes to the clock, but GBK will be losing here. This will be 1-0 Story Enjoyers. Oh, a little bit of stall here. There we go.
There we go.
Little bit of stall there as we go into our MVPs of Story Enjoyers. Enjoyer, the Story Enjoyer, 225 unit kills. MVP Bastard Sword doing 1 million damage. Now, this is what you want to see from your Bastard Swords, getting to that 1 million damage marker. Just amazing things there. Amazing value here. 62 Queens killed, 47 Spartans killed. This man was a doom bringer here as we go to our other unit, our other MVPs of Safa with 171 unit kills. We'll go over him. Safa, Bastard Sword. We'll go over Zerk, I guess. Well, we'll go over the musket here at 108. Our cameraman decided that the Zerk is more important than Zafa.
You don't have any
most contribution points, so definitely still did very good for his team. As we go to Safa now with the 171 unit kills, 2-0. I mean, still 800,000 hero damage. I mean, just beautiful plays. Still killing a lot of those queens. I mean, we saw Story bringing those Zweihanders, and it seems like Story Enjoyers really knows how to deal with these Queen's Knights. Those Zweihanders doing wonderful things, and also the baiting. That will be it for our Story Enjoyer side. As we go over the GBK side, our MVP being... I can't say that name. Alcabrax? That's not a name I can speak of. I don't know, man. He's a spear player doing 562, so a wonderful damage by a spear player. Doesn't seem like it was enough. As we'll go to our dual blades taking the most damage taken. Definitely very confusing as our dual blades having most damage taken in the entire match. Definitely not a class you want to see as your most damage taken. But maybe he was bringing the tower shields and other shielding units. As we'll go to, I don't know, cameraman, just pick a person that you really like here. We like I can't say this name either. Kezarok? That looks like Kezarok. Short sword. Did pretty alright damage, but good stats, killing some of the Cav, getting some of those Zweihanders. Probably does a little bit of the supply blocking. Other things. As we go to our post-battle analysis, Red as our Story Enjoyers here. I mean, yeah, just looking at these charts, I mean, Red being Story, they they won these engagements so heavily. You could kind of see where they lost a little. Actually, no, they did. Maybe at the very start, got hit by some culverins, maybe a ballista or two. I lost a few units at the start there, but after that, I mean, they won every single one of these engagements so handily. The bait on the wall, really a lot of baits here by story enjoyers. We're doing a really good of that, baiting GBK to walk forward into them, pulling story enjoyers in, pulling backwards. So story did a wonderful job determining where the fight is happening and when it's happening. Just beautiful work by the teams. Bruder, do you have any input on this?
Input on this. I just love the way how many times some units saw the back of the other units being like, "You're gonna push now? No, we are pushing now. No, we are not." So, right, what you said on the good old bait and switch. That's usually just happening inside of my ranked lobbies, where I'm gonna be like, we're pushing now," and then they be like, "Yikes!" and they be out and be like, "Boys," and you're being alone there in the front line. Okay,
true.
I'm done.
We do not see many bait and switches working that well by teams. Maybe a little bit because it's a lot harder to do. We need a lot better of team chemistry to be doing these kind of bait and switches. But it seems like story enjoyers really did good with these bait and switches. It seems like all of them were on the right page. Nobody walked too far forward. Nobody walked too far back. Like everyone was doing a really good job of staying in the group, following the plan, doing exactly what they wanted, and getting amazing value out of these bait and switches. I mean, GBK fell for every single one of them. They broke the treb so that they didn't get punished as hard. But even with the treb breaking, I mean, if you're still falling to the bait, you're still going to lose. Even with the trebs not really having as much value. So I mean, wonderful job by story enjoyers.
But also
now,
I like the adaptation. It's a good old Dunkel strategy with the shooting down the trebuchets. I think they invented it for the east, for the west and east, or at least it's the first team I remember where I saw it happening. Me looking up like I'm getting hit by a trap.
Watch out for those traps, man. They could be anywhere.
I mean, or your neighbor coming through your roof and being like, "Shut the fuck up! It's in the middle of the." Okay, sorry, guy.
Yeah, they brought a battering ram, and we're just like,
or your ASAPs turning in again.
ASAP? No. It's good. But yeah, I mean, now we're swapping sides here. GBK on the attack. Will we see story enjoyers do a treb denial or a tower denial? Or just save artillery? I mean, they have three options here. They could do any of them. We might even see a sally and we just turn our hidden city into a field battle. Cinema. We have seen it before. Hidden city has become a field battle before. Wonderful time that was. I remember that just like it was yesterday. Can't get on the wall if you just start a field battle and just start spamming cap.
The classic.
I mean, a little bit of time here as we're waiting
for the next lobby, and I have to
do
the other lobby.
I'm wondering if GBK. I mean, there was 28 queens brought into that match, and we saw that while GBK had the queen advantage. I mean, this could have been skill difference. It probably was a little bit of skill difference here. Definitely, Story Enjoyers is one of the top teams. Definitely getting very close to, if not on par with, Yeah Buddy in terms of how good these teams are. So, I mean, it's very hard for other teams to compete with them. But at the same time, Story brought SWIs, a unit that I think a lot of the community is still on the fence about. SWIs being buffed, so they are definitely a lot better than they previously were. And SWIs also counter these queens. They do really well into Spartans. I mean, it seems like they were willing to bring these SWIs with how this is going. I mean, I wonder if GBK is going to swap a few of their queens maybe for some SWIs, or maybe going into even a different unit. But again, judging by how last minute this would be, I doubt any of them will be swapping teams, but swapping unit comps. But I would still love to see maybe the other gold infantry, you know, our Silidars and our Varangians that are just sitting on the back burner, wondering for when their time to shine is going to come. We did see it on the Americas. I believe that was, may I recall my memory
America. Fuck you.
of,
It's-
I think it was
every time I hear
EF.
America.
It was EF versus Exalted Few versus We Are Snaking brought a lot of Silidars, and that was an amazing match to see. Definitely the only two teams that have brought Silidars so far, even though they have recently been buffed, have a lot more damage reduction to survive these less damaging, less burst fights. Definitely a more sustained brawling unit than other units in the roster selection, besides maybe Reapers. Actually, I think Silidars could go very even into the Reapers in terms of survivability. But yeah, I mean, I would love to see those units be brought. Varangi is also being pretty sustained brawling, but a lot more bursty than Silidars are. Silidars are definitely a more consistent damage than burst that Varangians have. Take a little bit of time here to get into this.
We got some, I don't know, usually a little bit waiting for the lobby is up. We don't have a hero ready check yet, so we're waiting for them to join the lobby, I guess, and then for the good old ready check to go through.
Yes.
I saw the at the second monitor, I saw the match between Reds and Kermit, and I can tell you it was a nice first round. It was really, really funny to see some plays going on there, so I'm not gonna spoiler anybody who didn't saw it yet, but look into it. Jesus. There's also some other casters right now covering other streams, or other matches, not streams. For obvious, they're doing other streams, huh? So you can give him a look as well.
Yes, for the matches we are not casting, there is other Twitch channels you can see the matches be had. I don't believe there's any other English casters getting the other matches. So if you only know English, unfortunately, you won't have any idea what they're saying, but you'll at least see.
There's some speaking English for sure, and most of them can even, they're going with their classic language. So even Denetax, he's French, but he can speak English. He's just a little bit afraid of it sometimes. Just push him. It's okay.
I believe also Ake Senpai is, while he is German, could also do a lot of the English in there.
Yeah, he is.
It's still, I mean, they're probably going to be more of their language. So, but yeah, I mean, it's still pretty good there. You can see the other matches there. That match is going to be on Reginopolis. So their series of matches will be a lot longer than our series of matches, because Reggie, as we all know, takes like 20 minutes for that match to end. A very long map. Very long map for things to happen there, but it's happens. As we wait again, man, we are waiting a while for this GBK story to wait. All right, Casa about I will see. I wonder if no, I don't think anything will happen here. Man, I'm lost. I'm lost. I've read out things that I want to talk about here. I wonder if we will see any. Hold on, what's a unit I could talk about?
You can talk about one unit getting
Javs. We haven't seen Javs really be brought in any of these matches. I know a lot of players are kind of against Javs, because Javs, they don't like these very fast fights. They like a longer fight where they can just yeet a ton of Javs. It's kind of like how your Shenji are going into the burst damage. Your Javs are instead going to be a little bit more of a sustained damage dealer, especially for Jav Sergeants or even the Galahad Spearmen. My favorite Jav, I love some Galahad Spearmen be brought in. I think it's one of the, if not the best Jav unit in the game. I mean, you get a good jab throw. Any
can
person that's
remember all
walking
the
forward gets like
clips.
3 deaths. Yes.
All the clips where people baiting outside of a gate and be like, "Oh, I'm such an easy target," and heroes jumping him, and then you'd be like, and everybody was dead.
Sniper jab, it gets heroes, it gets kills, and I mean, it's just such a great jab unit that is, and it even gets through basically every block of shields. Plumes, it's a little strugglesome. Spartans walk, it struggles, but if it's not if Spartan isn't walking and Plumes aren't there, Shads are good. So the Galads are going to do great things. As we go into this, I see Storage is bringing those Falconetti gunners that I was talking about earlier. Also 3 Doppelsounders, still bringing the Zweihanders, still bringing a lot of Queens. As we go to the other side, I mean, I see a lot of, no, I saw 2 Raton Vipers, 3 Raton Vipers by GBK. Let me do a Queens check as I count every Queen and see how many Queens are being brought by both teams. I think GBK is full 15. Story Enjoyers, though, 1, 2, 3. Story Enjoyers having 4 people not bring Queens. So, I mean, 26 out of 30 Queens here. Still a lot of Queens, but, I mean, that's less than our previous one, which was 28 out of 30. Sorry, I was drinking
hope
water.
it's not gonna be only turrets, but it seems like only turrets being denied.
Let's go back and say we saw by the artillery section by Story Enjoyers. It was Culverts. Culverts and cannons.
Turrets. Okay. The classic.
And so they're breaking something out there. What they're breaking, we'll find out, but they're breaking something. This is blue artillery, so they can place these culverts at the back of the map, and GBK is going to have, I mean, a near impossible time trying to break them unless they have practiced the cannon placement. And I don't think many teams are practicing cannon placement to snipe at the back of the map. Would it be really cool if they did? As we go into this matchup, as Story Enjoyers on the defense of a hidden city, GBK on the attack. GBK bringing 250 more units than Story Enjoyers, so definitely quality going to Story as they place the triple cannon behind A point. That's going to be denying that right tower for basically ever. Actually looking like they only 2 cannons are there, and Culver's placing the left tower. So I mean, pretty standard stuff here. Yeah, 2 cannons and a culvert placed in the left tower, but 2 cannons hitting that right tower. It's going to be near impossible for GBK to hit these cannons. They have to place a mortar very close, and if they do, well, Story will just have a musket player break that mortar. So it'll be near impossible for GBK to really ever land this right tower. Also, Falconetti shooting at it as well. I mean, Story is never having this right tower land. If it ever lands, someone is being someone will have a stern talking to, definitely, with all this artillery hitting it. Tower denial happening. I mean, first wave of towers getting decently close. Hopefully, Story Enjoyers has practiced tower denial and lets these towers get incredibly close. So far, doing a very good job here. Definitely want to see GBK placing some cannons of their own so that they break these towers early. We're going to assume if a tower gets broken early, it's GBK breaking their own tower, realizing, hey, this tower isn't going to land. Actually, that was Story breaking that right tower. Maybe someone's going to get talked to here. But, I mean, so good tower denial. GBK maybe thinking of going through gate. I mean, the Ram is getting close. I doubt GBK will be doing a gate push. It would be very ambitious gate pushes. I mean, nearly a fruitless endeavor. You get on both sides of the gate, you're never pushing through. Spartans, can push through that gate, but every other unit's going to have a bad time. And even if Spartans are going through there, we see Story Enjoyers with the double Zweihander and 4 queens. No Spartans ever living more than half a second the second that they meet the Queen Zweihander combo. So I doubt a gate push will be happening here as the second rotation of towers starts being pushed here. Also, it's really funny. GBK hasn't killed this Hawacha. The Hawacha doesn't do much damage to towers. Well, actually, no. It's a blue Hawacha. My bad. That blue Hawacha is doing an overwhelming amount of damage to... Oh, it goes down. Damn. Well, never mind. That blue Hawacha was doing an overwhelming amount of damage to the tower. Unfortunately, it's now down, so I don't think Story Droids will be able to break that middle tower anymore. They just missed on the right tower. Someone's getting fired from cannon duty. Oh, okay. All right. One missed cannon shot, I guess, is okay.
Fired from cannon.
Yep.
I think the blue
Sorry.
Hawachi guy is just to counter what you said last match day, where you said you want to see one. Go. Can you remember? I can remember.
That was a natural Hawacha, though. None of Story placed that. So it's not a funny... It is still an overpowered piece of artillery, and you should always be using the blue Hawacha. However, the natural ones, they don't have as much oomph as one that you have placed. As we all know, if you place artillery, it has actually a 6% increase of damage than any natural place artillery. So, you should always place your artillery.
Facts.
6, yep, an entire 6.
I'm gonna make it fact. Rewrite the backend program.
There's a little bit of 6%. I mean, that 6% helps a lot. You can see Martellatori make the tower take, I believe it's 10% less damage, if I remember correctly. GBK maybe going through the gate. All of them are running forward here. I mean, it's brave going through. Story Droids immediately plugging in there. They got the ISG. They got the Phalanx on the right side, not really defending the left side. Doppelsider silence immediately coming out a little bit early here. Still gets a Doppelsider by Story Droids, hits the entire GBK blob as the engagement goes in. The Zweihanders are swinging, the Phalanx are plugging as they go straight through. Story Droids cleaning up this very quickly, but GBK has the Queens on the side there. Doesn't look like they were met at all. And now the Queens are getting their cooldowns back, and Corey straight back into the side of Story Droids. The Phalanx are trying to hold strong, and they will hold strong as GBK's Queens are going down. The Phalanx stunning them out of their animations. The Spartans walking forward. The Zweihanders cleaning up. This first engagement will go in favor of Story Droids, but he is quarter captured. GBK having a lone man, a brave soldier getting onto the 8 point, getting a little bit of capture progress, a little bit of a Bastard Sword, Musket versus Bastard Sword. Surely the Musket knows how to 1v1 and win this. Has to retreat out. Bastard Sword by Story Droids gets back on there. Sword Thunderstrucks. And they leave. GBK resetting back up for this A push. Towers have to re-push. Actually, going right back through the gate once again. Story Droids is meeting them there. I mean, it's going to be it's very hard to get through this gate. I will agree. It's very hard to get through this gate, but it's looking like GBK is going to be forced through this gateway yet again. Honestly, this is one of the fights where I would love to see GBK have brought a hell of auxiliary and just sit in this gateway and let Story Droids push into you. Also, ladder climb?
Yeah.
Queen's Knight's getting on there?
Yeah. Either you go through gate or you go ladder climbing with your towers getting
a massive treb here onto those Queens of Doppelsnotters. But it doesn't look like ladder climb's going, and GBK losing 2 more Queen's Knights. I mean, they've lost, I think, 8 Queen's Knights by this point, maybe even 9. They've lost a lot of their queens. They have really nothing to show for it. Still fighting on this wall here. Trying to do something. GBK having the Spartans walk. I mean, they're getting on this wall and they're fighting. Where the rest of Story Enjoyers? GBK is somehow getting. Yeah, GBK is on both sides doing a good push here. I mean, they're getting wall presence. They have a lot of their units up here. But Story Droid still has that Spartan walking, so still get a good amount of damage here. Maybe killing a few more of those Modals. And GBK now rotating to the other side of the wall. Story Enjoyers now has to make a decision. Do they want to defend this A point any longer? And it does look like Story Enjoyers saying, we're done with the A point. Maybe not. I mean, getting back on this A point is definitely risky. Musket thinking about going on and stalling it, wraps around, and they will be stalling it. Story Enjoyers is saying they will not be giving up this A point without a little bit of a stall fight. Dual blades on the A point. Definitely not the one thing you want to see there. Bastards now hops onto there as Story Enjoyers now bringing the rest of their Spartans in. And it's just a cluster of what's happening. Story Enjoyers gets back onto the A point, able to re-clear it and gets back control there. GBK no longer having wall control, forced back to gate, but a tower does land for GBK as the units explode backwards as the tower lands. But Story Enjoyers already set up back on this wall, so they 2 minutes on the clock. GBK having a 99% captured here. They only need a second or two. Unit difference looking definitely in favor of Story Enjoyers here. Definitely having the unit quality advantage with 546 versus 432. A little bit more purples, a little bit less blues, but having those golds there, it's going to do a lot of value here. As now GBK gathers at this tower, they need about a minute to really start this push and get forward. As they now walk forward, they realize that they have to start this push in. Trap coming in a little bit wide there as the Spartans now walk into Story Enjoyers. The mosh pit happening. Spartans v Spartans. Queens trying to do some damage. GBK has flames on the tower, going to try to melt this blob up, but it doesn't look like the flames are doing anything as Story Enjoyers is pushing straight through GBK. GBK just cannot hold at all. The berserkers from Story Enjoyers are just cleaning through everything. The phalanx cannot stop them. The Spartans are soaking up enough of the damage, and the berserkers are just running through GBK. And this will be 2-0 from Story Enjoyers. This trip is just not going to be enough as a sally starts happening. That will be Story Enjoyers wiping the floor with GBK. Amazing job by GBK there. Almost had the A point there. Hey, happy a little bit of the bait and switch going through the gate and then doing a ladder climb. We got some wall capture progress there. But unfortunately, Story Enjoyers was able to respond just in time. A respawn's coming out. GBK the Martellatori tried to hold the line as the ISG are bashing their shields against them, telling get down, Mr. President. The Bastard Sword duel, as we see here. Which Bastard Sword will win? Oh my god. And he's dead. Never mind. GBK gone. Rats holding the supply. GBK, this is their final hold on this supply
the one
point
guy
here.
standing on the point be like, go out, have fun. I'm sitting here protecting the tiniest bit of A so nobody can capture it. Jesus.
As we go into our MVP is a GBK side. Short sword. Algiz Raster, probably butchered your name. MVP, 82 unit kills, 022. I mean, decent damage taken. Once again, we see our dual blades down there as most damage taken in the match. I don't know what we're doing with our dual blades, but they are the tanks, I guess. Crazy work by them as we go to the person below him, Maystain. We saw on GBK 119 unit kills. This guy's trying to carry the team on his back. 422. I mean, wonderful work here. 425. Still did decent damage as a Bastard Sword. Well, let's see a little bit higher, but it's still very good stat lines as we go into Story Enjoyers. Jackie Tren, MVP of Story Enjoyers, 545 as our Bastard Sword. Again, 47 Queen's Knights kills. These guys do not want these queens on the field. They are showing it wonderfully. We'll go to Snikov as our glaive player with the most assist points. Look at that unit kill count. 13. He got 12 paladins and 1 shoots a dinger. This man hit units very rarely. I don't know what he was bringing, but he was bringing the heals. You can even see his unit damage is only 200,000. I don't know what he brought, but they were helping the team. His stats look terrible, but let me tell you, he probably helped with a lot of healing, maybe crowd control removal as well. As we'll go down to...
I know him. He's very well known for just yapping and not that.
As we go down to the bottom of the board, Story Pad as our short sword with 106 unit kills. Once again, 50 Queen's Knights kills. These guys really do not mess around with these Queen's Knights being killed here. Wonderful work. As we go into our post-battle analysis, GBK is the red line here, and I mean, you could see here, the red line was never underneath the blue line. GBK just could not win a single engagement. I mean, the towers took a long time to land, and by the time the tower landed, they just did not have the time to really do a good push there. Story Enjoyers did a wonderful job meeting them and pushing them back there. You can see we're at the gate, the A gate push. I mean, they did a pretty good job, and we thought those queens that made it through would do a little bit more work, but it just looks like those queens were not able to carry that A gate push at all. Just did not have enough oomph in their push to get through the Story Enjoyers iron wall. Those Zweihanders doing wonderful work. The queens that they brought, the phalanx as well. I mean, just wonderful unit play by Story Enjoyers. That would be 2-0. Sorry.
Classic. Story Enjoyers being one of the strongest teams inside of the West as well. Almost said East again. I'm getting confused. Classic.
Yeah, they're the strongest in the South.
They're the strongest in the South. For real. Story Enjoyers being really, really strong overall, being a very strong team in the history. Very competitive, very strong, very good. Almost on the same level, or even the same level as Buddy. I don't want to jinx it. In the end, it's going to be, I guess, also the final match from Buddy against Story Enjoyers, which is usually the case if we can see both teams. Maybe this time something magical is happening, but I doubt it. So we gotta see them maybe also in final. So them being challenged here a little bit in the attack as well, or just in the attack. Let's keep it like this. And the defense was even also a little bit close because A was captured almost. It was, in my opinion, just red.
Yeah.
But the game.
I mean, 99% captured on that A point. Literally seen it a second.
Attacker's gonna be sitting there and be like, nah, we captured it. It's server lag. Fuck, Bruder.
Yeah, I mean, amazing showing by Story Enjoyers. I mean, again, one of the top two teams, Buddy, Story Enjoyers, and those top two spots. Yeah, they're the kings here, and everything you see what them do, I mean, it's just beautifully executed. Even bringing Zweihanders, I mean, they left queens open. We know a lot of bans come out before the save comes in, so I mean, they left queens open, maybe to bait GBK into bringing that, and then brought in the Zweihanders to counter it. So I mean, Story Enjoyers is just doing wonderful mind games on these teams, and just wonderful plays as well. GBK definitely did a good showing there. Their defense, breaking the traps, is definitely a strategy a lot of people do. Well, quite a few teams do. It's definitely a harder strategy to do. You're banking on the fact that you will win that wall fight. And I mean, they tried the wall fight, but Story Enjoyers just, you saw it there. They baited so well to the point where you couldn't do it. They just weren't prepared for a bait. And which team ever baits, right? You usually see the push forward and you just go. It's sometimes so rare we see
people baiting, but usually it doesn't work out.
Yeah, exactly. Like, it usually doesn't work out. So it's very hard to plan for these baits when it just so rarely works out. It's so rarely executed well, but Story Enjoyers showed that they can execute it incredibly well, almost flawlessly well. So GBK was caught off guard there. Yeah.
So the bait needs a strong hook, but also some good bait. And I think the bait was way stronger. They did.
My steak was really, too really juicy. My lobster was too buttery, and GBK fell for it every time.
They saw the back of the players and be like, juicy, might have a look, and they'll be like, Jesus, I was baited by a middle-aged man at the internet. Now I'm getting punished by his whole team.
Dang it! But even on the attack there for GBK's attack, I mean, forcing to go through an A gate push. I mean, no one really ever wants to go through that gate push. I mean, they broke through to the right side. Queens almost got through, but then they did a ladder push, which a lot of teams are very also hesitant to. It almost worked out for them, getting that gate push into the ladder push, forced Story to really get on top of their rotation games. So it's definitely a lot harder. It almost worked out for them. They almost got the A push, but even with that A push being captured, they lost a lot of their quality units there. Would have been very hard to get to the B push there. And even with A being captured, you still got to get off the walls, probably go to a supply. You could just go straight to B, but then your respawn's outside of the walls. It becomes a lot. There's a lot of time after that A capture, and with how much time was stalled by the tower denial, it would have been very hard for GBK to get to that B point, even if they did get that A point.
True. But still, having A on this map is something worth it, means something for the team. If you don't get A, it always feels like, we didn't even get A. But if you get it, then you'll be like, on this map, we get A, at least something. We can show off a little bit. It's usually happening way before A or on the wall, with the map denying all the... I mean, we saw so many matchups where the people just denied the turrets, and then the people like, let's go gate, and then you get shredded inside of gate because it's a tiny hole, and then you have to push through it, and then you'll be like, shit. And they went for the good wall push, in my opinion. They pivoted, so they go for wall push, ladder climb, get A at least to a certain level, but it's not like the, okay, let's go with push gate. They used their brain a little bit, at least.
Yeah,
they had a different strategy. They had plan B working there for them, and it didn't work out, but it was close. So
we do see a lot of ranked games where, not on this map, but I'm sure a lot of people have played White Elk, where you're breaking the breach, and everyone's like, all right, we're gonna go breach. And once that breach fails, we're like, we're just gonna slam through gate. We're not thinking about anything else. Our one push failed, go through the gate. We're not even going to go on the walls. Nah, gate. It's gate. And it just never works. So GBK being able to definitely pivot and having a lot more rotations on there, forcing Story enjoyers to rotate more and really adapt more, kept Story on their feet. Definitely kept them on the feet. Was wonderful rotations by GBK. Just didn't work out for them. Definitely could have. Definitely, if it was against a worse team, would have worked. I mean, it was just a wonderful plays, but again, you're going against one of the top two teams, so it just wasn't enough. But it did definitely a good showing there by GBK. Honestly, you can't really ask for more. So,
and it was nothing where we get bored. That's the worst thing on this map is if you just see 7 minutes of shooting onto the turrets, and then they be like, okay, let's go for one quick push into the gate because we are pressured to do so. And this time it felt way more like a ongoing thing with the ladders and stuff like this, and then a little bit more action than just, you know what I mean? Trying to get out.
It was a lot of oh, my voice. It was a lot more dynamic of a fight. They didn't just rely only on the towers, and then if a tower didn't land, well, guys, it's over. We lost. Tower didn't land. They definitely tried a lot of strategies. Went to the gate, then went to the towers. Ladders, and then went to towers. I mean, tried really everything there. Tried everything to get onto that A push. Did get a tower landed, but just didn't have the time to capitalize on that tower being landed. And with only one tower being landed, kind of choreographs of where you're forced to go. So didn't work out for them, but that's okay. Light is starting to nice. But yeah, we'll get a little bit of time here.
The other lobby as well. You want to make a little break again? It's 9 minutes, so we can make 5 minutes break if you want to.
Yeah, I don't think I could go over Slab versus DDS's ban for 9 minutes, so we'll go into a quick break, and yeah, we'll be back in maybe like 5-6 minutes.
Okay. Until then, do the little magic.
Hello and welcome everybody back to the matches here. We will be covering the end half of the matches here. We only have 2 more matches going here, and we will be both on White Elk Fortress. Love me some White Elk Fortress.
Maybe
How do you feel about it?
overtime, different maps, not only white. I love how
I
we
don't
both.
know, man. I'm looking below here, and I see some White Elk Fortress down that way. There's a White Elk. There's White Elk down there. My camera swapped, so this is hard. But anyways, as we go into this, let's go over the bans for Slap versus DDS. There's going to be some fun things on good old White Elk here. Bans of Lion Roar. Man, these teams really hate Lion Roar. Lion Roar, the Doppelsander, Rattan Vipers, Shenji Grenadiers, Queen's Knights, and Yellow Turbans as our bans. Saving the White Plume and Cycalian Militia. I mean, I don't know about you, but I'm feeling 22, and we're saving Cycalian Militia. Yeah. I mean, I've talked about this unit quite a bit enough times. I don't want to beat a dead horse, so I won't. But we're having a ban of Yellow Turbans, though. I understand the ban here because they saved Zykes. They wanted to ban Yellow Turbans so they couldn't cleanse the fire that the Zykes are doing. So it's actually really good banning those Yellow Turbans for these Cycalian militias by DDS. They're banning Queens because, I mean, Queens are Queens. We're banning Shenji so that the Shenji don't bomb our Zykes. I mean, all in all, this pick and ban looks really great for DDS. And I'm looking over at Slap. We save Plumes, so we ban Doppelsander. Makes sense. Our Plumes love using their abilities. And then, I mean, Vipers and Lion Roar, I mean, these are just standard bans. I mean, Lion Roar is a standard ban. This unit, for some reason, gets banned everywhere. I don't know what I'm missing here, but apparently Lion Roar is the strongest specialty unit in the game, and it must be banned constantly. Vipers being banned, you just don't want to take poke damage. Probably Vipers were banned after Yellow Turbans were banned, so you know that Yellow Turban was banned. And then you're like, oh, well, if I don't have Yellow Turbans to do healing and remove that poison, I don't want to deal with Rattan Vipers. So I'm just going to ban Rattan Vipers. Pretty good decision there. I really don't know how the order of bans was done, but I'm going to assume that it was done that way. It just makes sense. But yeah, fairly standard bans here. Really the ones that are sticking out is that Yellow Turban probably decided a lot of the bans and saves by the other teams. Shenji first. I mean, fairly normal here. Really good. How are you feeling about these bans, saves?
Like, Top Result now makes sense in my opinion, being banned right now because the silence can be really strong and also putting down a lot of units where you have to push multiple buttons. Therefore, you also miss your ability windows where you need to reactivate them. Then having the Yellow Turbans, having all the healing being away, also Rattan Vipern being very strong at some places where you go for the staircase and they're fighting there. There's the Rattan Vipers can deal a lot of damage with their Arcway. Queens, like we saw before, Queens being very, very strong and therefore usually just being banned right now. The nerf is not live for them, so they're still playing on patch 2. Therefore, Queens are even stronger than they are in the live game right now. And Lion Roar is generally a really strong unit on B push, so therefore just makes sense. My opinion, White Plum is just safe to go for it. Cycalian Militia, like you said before, I think it's a little bit funny, but let's see. With the high ground, they could be working out because the walls are so high that you usually can utilize them, at least from the walls going down. But as soon as the enemy has the high ground and goes Obi-Wan on you, you're gonna be dead.
Yes, Anakin unfortunately cannot beat the high ground player at all, and Obi-Wan always wins these. So we'll see exactly how this is played. But White Elk does a lot of these pushes through the breach side, so a lot of even playing field here. We'll see exactly how these teams perform as Slap will be on the attack to start. Let's see if they bring anything interesting as we go into our unit lineups here. I'm not seeing anything too crazy. I'm seeing a lot of flames be brought. 3 flames by Slap, which is a lot of flames being brought. I see a flame being brought by DDS, double, triple, quadruple Zycalian Militia by DDS. I don't know about you, but getting 4 pushes is pretty hard. So bringing 4 Zycalians is very ambitious here. Slap not bringing a singular Zycalian Militia, realizing that unit probably isn't that great right now. Instead favoring the flames, especially without the yellow turbines, removing that flame debuff. These flames are going to love this as well. Cav is looking fairly light on both teams instead of being more of an infantry focused teams, maybe a little bit more Cav on this side of Slap, but still not much. As we go into our cutscene here.
Oh, it's a little bit zoomed in, isn't it?
This cutscene's incredibly zoomed in.
It's detailed. You go for the richness of the stones and you be like, they're from South China, or they're being like from Northern China. Oh, that's Japanese stones. Jesus, getting my stuff.
It's a stone. Who
It's a
knows
stone.
what that stone's from?
Could be still
I got it from the earth.
Yeah. It
As we
could
go
be a
into
skyrock. You know them.
I guess
coming
it
down
could be a
somewhere.
skyrock. You're right.
Yeah.
It could have been a skyrock.
There's a good name for it, but I call them skyrocks.
Meteor. It could have been meteorite. But yeah,
No,
as we go into this,
Skyrock.
Slap. Yeah, that's already breaking the starting artillery of DDS. Beautiful work. This is just looking like a traditional work. Doesn't look like Slap is breaking any breach. Now slowly started to break that right breach. Take a little bit. Oh yeah, now they're going through it. My bad. I shouldn't have said anything. Now they're fully breaking it. Again, that's already. I mean, attackers have so much starting cannons here that these breaches have basically no health. As we go in, we're waiting a little bit longer. Yeah. Let's see. Yeah, we're just going to wait for it. Looks like Slap will be waiting for towers to land on good old White Elk Fortress here. I mean, it could have gone breach here, but maybe they are deciding that that breach push is just not worth it. We will instead be waiting for towers to land. Just push from towers down into the beef.
Classic. Waiting for towers to land. One short sword is running out on the right side to go for the Matalatoris there. The poor Italian guys being like, "Shit, please let me put the tower to the walls."
And they say it exactly up. Cudeliers charged into the tower.
That's how they should. I think that would be a flavor pack for the voice lines if they all speak in English, but to the full amount.
Italian.
Yeah, so if the Germans would be the worst to listen to.
Very true.
The push the walls. Basically sounding like me. Talking English.
Yeah, that's bullshit.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Attention.
Yeah. I don't know. You can see some American names. Maybe they start bringing up some like donuts and like burgers as they're speaking about the push. It's like, guys, I'm getting tired. I need to go get a burger. Slap immediately land. I mean, let's stop landing the towers going right under the wall. I mean, it's choreographed here. They showed, hey, we're not going to the breach. We're just going up this tower. Now it's a question of what they will do after they're on this wall. Sorry. And it's very... They're going to set up a mortar phase. Very standard here. Looks like DDS is just running backwards as far away as possible to not be hit by any of Slap's mortars. Yeah, DDS is playing full backline, giving as much space as Slap wants here. really do anything. Slap placing a cannon on the wall there on top of the gate wall, so it'll be able to hit down this main street area.
I don't know
But it will be
if he should
shot by
put
the
his
mortar.
mortar there. Yeah, he's just baiting.
Shove it musket. I mean, Slap is. I mean,
Fully
DDS is taking a lot of. Slap. DDS is going so far back.
They're retreating. They're giving A.
We're giving
Okay.
A
They're just baiting out Artie, I guess. That's all they
on
wanted
White
to do.
Elk.
Maybe there's a master plan behind it. We are no 5-heads. We only have.
We're giving A on White Elk. Okay, the DDS has cooked up something absurd here. I have never seen any team willingly give up A before a push even starts. DDS has spent 3 of their arty. Slap has spent 12 of their arty. I mean, Slap still has 18 artillery, where DDS has 10 now. This is unprecedented. I don't know what to say here. No team has ever just done this for A. I mean, they even give up the close supply. Attackers now can just spawn at the breach when they die, so there's a flank there. No fight has happened, so everyone's still at 0 deaths, so it's fast respawns. And yeah, I mean, DDS is doing an artillery phase, but Slap just sits on this supply, and as long as they aren't getting super shelled, they just heal up any damage that they're taking here. I mean, this is all just seeming very weird for DDS. Honestly, the craziest strat I've ever seen on a White Elk Fortress. I know a lot of teams basically have the opinion of, if you lose A on this map, you've lost. So I don't know what DDS has cooked up that they think that they could defend this home point. But it looks like it revolves around a lot of this positioning very far forward and holding this topside supply. So now Slap walks forward up the main street. I mean, with Slap's positioning, Slap could go to DDS's spawn supply, and DDS really wouldn't be able to meet them. Slap would be faster rotating, but it looks like they are instead going towards the other supply. They're going to meet DDS where they want them. Not the greatest of ideas, but I mean, it is traditional. The attackers love that supply, and I think Slap is caught a little off guard here. I know I would be if I was in this situation where the enemy team just immediately gave me A and now is positioned back defending here. This is a crazy spot to be in. Slap position at 2 spot. Actually, go to fight here. Oh boy, we're in definitely interesting spots here. I'm very excited to see how this push happens. Musket bombs being done into Slap's frontal lobe there. A little bit of a mind explosion as Slap has a little bit of a rotation force, a flanking force there. Double Reaper to Tiger Leopard as now push forward into DDS's side there. Going into as this engagement rages on, we see the flank by Slap, the Double Reapers into the phalanx, and the Yorkers in the back there. Having the Plume Guard guarding their flank there. Also, DDS is definitely having a 3-pronged assault, and Slap is running through DDS. All of DDS's anti-cavs on one side, and it's just not guarding the side where the cav is. And Slap's Reapers are just running through, but it's actually looking fairly even here. DDS's Mudao are stuck in one spot there, but they're doing their job. They are slowly getting through the Reapers. Slap's Reapers on the back are actually struggling, and it looks like DDS will be getting ahead here. The only thing that's left of Slap is the anti-cav, but Slap is actually getting the supply. DDS now on the incredible back foot. These phalanx will tremendously beat these Modal as the Tiger and Leopard Cav charge. They realize it's Modal, and they stop just before them. An aura farm on the Modal, staring at them intently. As Slap is very slowly getting through these Modal, the phalanx will be making quick work of them with their high piercing damage and pen. And I mean, it was just such a brave play, and DDS came out on the definitely on the under there. Slap is on the up and up, and this is just back to a traditional now home hold. I'm speechless. I'm really speechless here about.
I have to figure out another game right now because they're not showing up with the team, so I can't help you with your speechless.
Okay, that's okay. I'll continue. I'm speechless of how DDS is just performing against Slap here. I mean, it was such a far forward hold, and it just didn't work out. They didn't have their anti-cav where they needed their anti-cav. They got completely wiped by that Tiger and Leopard, and now Slap is just mortaring into DDS's hold, and DDS doesn't have any artillery to really respond to this. The mortars from Slap are just peppering DDS's hold here, doing massive damage, and DDS does not have any healing. The yellow turban being banned, going quite against them for this matchup here, not having the alchemist or any shoots a dinger. Would have loved to see either of those be brought here, especially considering that especially considering yellow turban being banned here. Would have loved to see alchemist or yellow shoots a dinger just kind of pick up our that healing is needed. Now DDS has gone into a little bit more of a safety hole. They'll be safe from the artillery now, but I mean, they already took heavy damage, so they're going to be a little bit weakened, quite a bit weakened going into this engagement. But 7 minutes on the clock, Slap has plenty of time to really do whatever they want here. If they want to take their time, they can take their time, but with 1,000 units, they want to probably push into this fairly soon, and push in fairly soon is what they will do as they start walking forward into this push here. Plume Guard leading the charge as they go in here. Berserkers into the back of DDS's Reapers. The DDS doesn't even look like they notice this flying Claymores going into these Reapers. Guys, hey, there's a flank happening. It's going straight through our Reapers here. The Claymores doing wonderful damage. DDS will respond to this, but these Reapers and Berserkers are living a lot longer than DDS wants, doing a heavy damage. Slap actually stopping in this gateway here. Now pushing forward, maybe setting up some artillery. Did bait out DDS to get into this open area, got a very juicy treb in there. Slap not placing any artillery, only have 2 artillery pieces left, as now this a little bit of a Mexican standoff as they stand there patiently at each other, wondering when it's going to happen. The Plume Guard walk forward, and those look like the engagement now will be happening. Starting the walk as the engagement goes in. Slap walking forward into this. Those Phalanx have braced. The Reapers are walking very slowly. We're not charging into that. Careful of the anti-cav damage as those Reapers actually walking back. And the cav goes almost straight through Slap's Davis. The Phalanx catching at the very end there as they push forward there. Slap walking through DDS. DDS looking like they're having a very hard time to hold. The Plume are trying to hold as strong as possible. Star Wars coming in, bracing, holding a little bit of line in the Modal, holding the line as long as they can. More Plume come in to hold the line. Slap running a little bit out of steam here. Still have the Reapers going strong, but DDS has one of his shields. The Dagger Axe and the Tiger and Leopard can jump in and clean up all of DDS's units. They are going to be heavy losses for DDS. Is going to be going straight into Slap's favor as they sweep. Now passing past the interest, going straight to the home point there. More Modal from DDS goes onto this point here, right in there. Running very strong for Slap here. Is going to be very hard for DDS to get back on the point. They still have 13 versus 13 heroes alive, 600 units versus 700, so very close on unit trace. But Slap now has a very good kill box set up here. The Stalwarts are braced, the Phalanx are braced. They have the flames barbecuing DDS alive. The Coudaliers go straight through DDS. The Modal barely braced in time, maybe not getting a full stop of those cap. The Phalanx are doing great work by Slap as the DDS runs onto this point. They have to start stalling it, but they keep hemorrhaging these units. It's looking very rough for DDS. Still 4 minutes and 20 seconds on the clock, so they just have to stall a little bit more time. 400 versus 600 units, going very heavy Slap here, and it just doesn't look like DDS is killing any of these units. Very light as the Stalwarts and the Phalanx are still braced on this point here. The Phalanx is 1-1-Ving, as you see it slowly walking and then stopping and then Ving, slowly rotating, getting a lot of value here as now DDS bringing another rotation of units. The Wuxing Pikemen and the Rattan Pikemen, will it be enough to get through Slap's defenses? But these Spartans are walking through these Wuxing Pikemen. The Plumes are holding strong by Slap's side. Another Spartan unit is brought in by Slap. This is just so many heavy shields. The Coudaliers go straight through through. It does look like it was actually stopped by a musket bomb. Good job by DDS, but it's not looking like it will be enough as DDS is just struggling and they cannot get back out of this point. Look at 95% capture. DDS getting a little bit of a Cudelier charge into the back of Slap, but not enough of that cav will be able to make it on. Looks like only 2 miles of the cavalry was able to get there, as now DDS bringing another Rotan Pikeman in there, stalling this point as long as possible, but there's only 9 of them alive. It's just a scramble on this point, and it could go either way, but as we see the kill feed coming up, only 5 people Slap alive. They're running out of heroes, they're running out of units, and they're running out of time. 3 minutes on the clock. They just will not be able to hold long enough, and this will be going into Slap's favor on the attack here. And look at our MVP on Slap's side. Benny game 10, 0, 11, 137 unit kills. This man was slaughtering people left and right. Love our dual blades doing wonderful works. As we go into our other MVPs, we're going to go to Shimi as our most assist points, 118 as our musket, 35 unit kills, doing pretty alright stats, but he did have our MVP of assist points. As we go to Slap Kuro as our tanky boy, Polax doing that weapon dance. Obviously not going to have that high of damage, but that weapon dance making the entire enemy team doing 25% less damage is wonderful work. As we go to our DDS's side, MVP being Aboba, getting 125, 130 unit kills. Pretty good damage, definitely doing wonderful damage as our short sword player. Not short sword, that is a bastard sword, doing 761,000 damage. We're going to do our second MVP of Kai Fat, most contribution points. What that is, I will never realize, but maybe it was stalling the point for the longest amount of time. 175,000, pretty good stats. And we'll go into Pistoy at the bottom there as 022, 122 unit kills, 1.6 million damage. We love our muskets. They get lots of stat pads. It just wasn't enough for this matchup for DDS. As we go into our post-battle analysis, red is Slap here, losing a little bit of units at the start here, but even with that little bit of units at the start, I mean, you can see these engagements by this chart. They won every engagement, but even with winning every engagement, these gaps are not that wide. Maybe if DDS did a little bit of a different position, we could have seen a little bit of a different play out here. 31 hero kills, 31 hero kills by Slap, so he's definitely killing a lot of DDS there. Wonderful work. But yeah, these numbers are very close, and honestly, we might see a tiebreaker if DDS has a much better showing of their attack. Oh. Well, let me a little bit of a break going into
a little bit of break. You just need to lean back inside of your gaming chair.
That's, I mean, for sure. I mean, that was such a beautiful high action play. I mean, I was not expecting DDS to give up a point, and I mean, it's such a risky play.
It is.
I mean, White Elk. It's White Elk. I think a lot of people will agree. If you give up White Elk on this map, you lose.
Yeah, the map is White Egg. You mean A point, right?
Yeah, the map is won by A point.
Yeah, but you just said if you give up White Egg, the map is lost.
Oh, I thought I said A point. A point. I must have spoken a little bit too fast and blurred my words there together. But yeah, I mean, it was a very interesting strat by DDS to hold back by that supply. It just seemed like they did not know, did not have the correct positioning. You saw their anti-cav was only on one side. They did not have any anti-cav. Actually, they did have a phalanx at that backside, but that phalanx was not reacting to the Tiger and Leopard that came for the flank, and there was also double Reapers. I mean, phalanx can deal with Reapers very well, but I mean, with the hero play involved, the phalanx just wasn't able to hold back this Tiger and Leopard cab, and the Tiger and Leopard cab just ran through all of DDS's side. That just kind of spelled that battle for them. That's yeah, I mean, and then we get to home point, and it just seemed like DDS positioning was off that entire time. They did the traditional spot of where you hold, but then they got shelled to all hell, so they were forced backwards. into the tunnel, which is an okay spot to hold, but with getting that amount of shelling, not having any healing going for that matchup, and then they got baited into that more open area where a Treb landed, and it just seemed like DDS's positioning was just not up to par to deal with Slap's kind of gameplay. Slap kind of decided, hey, we're going to force you into these spots. We're going to do engagement. It's kind of how story enjoyers did, where a little bit of the engagement baiting, but I mean, DDS did a lot of the engagement baiting themselves by just giving up A. So very interesting decision by DDS, but still amazing plays by Slap, kind of capitalizing on the misplays by DDS.
Getting slammed. The class. And now we're gonna switch sides and go.
Now we swap sides. DDS on the attack.
Maybe they're dropping the point again, and maybe it's because of the musket, and we are not aware of it. And it's being so bad with the muskets on top that you just give up on the point every time. But who knows?
I don't think any team will. I think this is a DDS exclusive, giving up that A point. I don't think you should
exclusive.
ever. I don't think you should ever.
DDS exclusive.
DDS exclusive of giving up the. I mean, it was definitely a very risky play. I mean, you could capture your enemy off guard by that, but at the same time, you're basically at a 1 point fight now. You only have 1 point to fall back to. Well, actually, you don't have any point to fall back to. That is your final stand there. I mean, they pushed forward so that they could. They could at least have like a point to fall back to, but even with the holding that far forward, it was 3 areas that they could get hit from. So it's very hard to defend a spot with 3 areas they could get hit from, and even 4 if Slap decided to go very far around and do a flank that way. It's just. It was a very high risk. I feel like they didn't need to risk it that much. Could have instead maybe placed some mortars, do some anti-mortar, or just set far back and then run forward when they walk down the wall. Really anything there. But I mean, this is what we got. I mean, they performed how they wanted to. Maybe the strat, they stuck to their guns, stuck to the strat, didn't work out. Hopefully they have a better attack strategy going into this next Whiteout Fortress.
Maybe. Or they even plan around being like, nah, we don't even attack A. We go straight for base.
We go straight to home.
Straight home.
Yeah.
It's a home run, basically. We're now playing baseball.
Yeah, it's a home run. Like, we'll just break breach, get the supply, go to home. Do something there. I don't know. Maybe play some ballistas.
Maybe they're spawning.
And just shoot down the street. It's definitely a thing that you can do. It's definitely a thing you want to do maybe after you've killed 1 or 2 people and then just sit at their spawn and, spawn camp them. Get those 2 people out of the game, or at least put them on 2 deaths, which would be very good, especially since there is that 3 death rule. You can only die 3 times. Once that 3rd death's happened, you're out. So getting someone on 2 deaths is very vital. You basically gets them out of the game. You just need to find them next time and capitalize on it. So, I mean, see how it goes this coming matchup, though. It should be happening soon. I don't know how soon we're going here. I mean, still wonderful plays by dudes. Talking too much, man. I haven't drink enough water, eat enough food. Everybody can see the massive water bottle I have.
I'm having a slightly above average water glass as well, which is having 0.7 liters of water inside, and I finished it in like 5 minutes. While you were speaking, I was gulping down this liquid of youth, trying to replenish my cells. Loading into the lobby. Can switch to the screen everybody's interested in. while I'm building another lobby for something else. Yeehaw!
As we go over these units, let's go over. Let me look at this for a little bit. I see a lot of I see a Rochi by DDS, by the dual blade player. Orochi definitely an interesting unit to bring here. High burst damage unit. It does really well into these Reapers. Definitely loves not seeing shields. And I mean, Slap doesn't look like they're bringing that many shields. I'm seeing quite a bit of plumes. I mean, you don't need that many plumes when that many shields when you have the plume guards and the Spartans. They're so good at their job that you don't need to do like what we previously did, which is like 15 stalwarts. Everyone brings a stalwart and we're happy. Now we can just bring a few plumes, a few Spartans, and it's good. Maybe like 8 in total of plumes plus Spartans. And, that's your front line. We have other units. We have those claymores that are giving, 35% damage reduction to your entire team with enough damage reduction to basically be a tier 5 unit themselves. So a lot of the stalwarts are kind of going down for this as we go into this matchup here. Again, this is going to be White Elk attack. I just saw it. See exactly how Slap does here. I'm very interested to see how DDS does here on this defense attack here. I'm looking at like the same startup, so same thing. Other side. As we wait for this engagement to have happening. Probably going to wait for these towers to land, maybe wait for breach to land. We'll see if DDS instead goes through the breach, maybe, or waits for the tower to land. I'll see how Slap responds to DDS. Breach already going down. DDS not waiting any time breaking that breach. You wait for. Also, I see DDS has a longbow player on the floor there. We haven't seen many longbow hero classes be brought out. I'm surprised I didn't catch that on the first side. Maybe they didn't have longbow on the defense, but longbow on the attack. I feel like longbow is definitely in a rough spot this patch. Not getting any of the buffs yet, and also with how heavy these shields are and lack of specialty, longbow has a very hard time finding its value in teams with its long range damage. And even then, with its long range damage, you're definitely looking for squishier specialty. And really, the only squishy specialty that's being brought that's easily seen is those shoots a dinger brought by Slaps. And you might see a Shenji every once in a while. I'd be impressed if you ever see a flame not covered by 80 shields. So,
I'm more down
definitely
standing on top of them, which is way better.
It's just very hard for longbow to find value here. It might get a hero kill. Maybe finds a dual blade just out of position, hits him with that charge shot, marksman, charge. Shot.
I think with the high ground, you
marksman
underestimate
shot.
the impact. I think with the high ground, you can easily shoot the flames if you see them. Even if they're behind flames, they need to be really into flames being inside of shields for them to not hit, because with the angle, they're usually really easy to spot and shoot. Because if you would be sitting right now in the middle, you could easily shoot the flames.
I don't know, these plumes and these Spartans have very tall shields. Especially if these Spartans are in the F2 formation, they basically cover these flames wholly. And then plumes have a guy that's standing with a forward shield and then an upward shield. Very hard to hit into that. I would know. I played longbow for a long time. It's just very hard to hit specialty when there is a shield there, especially since plumes also have the square formation. That makes it really easy for flames to hide in, and very hard for a longbow to find their value. It is very hard for longbow to find value these days. Too many shields, not enough squishy range to shoot. Just how it goes. as we wait for the engagement to start happening. Those look like Slap will not be giving up A like DDS did, instead weathering the storm of the artillery barrage by DDS once again. But DDS Slap now has shoot stingers. Also, one brave musket by Slap, JJA, doing wonderful things, went out on his horse, I think bombed some mortars and then left. And then DDS Whiskey fell off the wall and died. Oh, yeah, DDS is having a little bit of a rough time here.
Maybe too much whiskey for that one.
I'm a little bit drunk there. A little bit late, I guess. So I got a little bit of some whiskey in him.
Yeah,
A little bit tipsy.
You go for medium armor, it's usually very, very heavy, and you can't be like walking straight. Then you tip over your own shoes and be like, ah. That's where the less fall damage rune is coming in clutch sometimes for some people.
Yeah, but that rune doesn't exist anymore, so...
For the drunken guys, they took it out, be like, nah, the rest is sober. They're gonna figure it out, walking in medium armor, or even heavy armor. Imagine crushing down the walls on heavy armor and getting fall damage. Maybe there will be coming a room where you go superhero landing and you make damage on your impact. It's basically the forced short sword cannonball ult.
Cannonball ult off the wall and do big damage.
Big damage. Big booty for big damage. The classic.
We're still waiting here for DDS to push down here. Okay. Yeah, they're taking their time here. Definitely a lot longer than I thought they would. As they start pushing down, sorry, I'm a little bit distracted here.
They going down for the point.
Oh, a little bit of stagger by the trim delay there, but as we go in, the plumes are staring at the plumes going, yep, I'm a plume. A little bit back and forth. Flames from Slap cooking DDS alive here as the teams are struggling to walk forward. But now the engagement's happening. The flames are by both sides. The Kelly militia by DDS, maybe a little bit too far forward here. The cavalry goes straight through DDS. The modologists were not able to hit all the Kev, as now Slap is surrounding DDS. It's going the phalanx charge into the fray as they go in. Looking fairly even so far. DDS's flames, though, are still alive and they are cooking Slap as the flames engulf Slap. But will it be enough? These flames by Belka DDS are living way longer, and now they get double dove by a bastard sword. So those flames will no longer be doing damage, and it looks like DDS running out of steam as Slap brings in the reinforcements and will clean out the rest of DDS. Great job by Slap there. Those flames living as long as possible. I was a little bit worried for Slap, but it seems like it all worked out. Now we are going back into a reposition. DDS getting regrouped on this wall.
Lab is looking so good on the T5 units right there. Having almost 200 units advantage on T5 units. Trading way better there. It's looking rough. DDS being like, maybe next time we should defend A. Sounds like a good plan.
Yes, I mean, A is such a... It's such a hard thing to just give up on this map. It's so easily defendable, and DDS giving up. I mean, Slap just showing why you do not give up A on this map here. They're really proving that, hey, if you defended A, you get a lot better of a scenario. But now we're going. Oh, so safe. Sorry, I thought we were...
They were also even available to double pull units, so there was no supply block. At least I didn't saw it happening. So
yeah, there was no supply block or anything.
at least have one short sword running there and being stuck there for your push. So even if you don't make it in the first attempt, you have the second attempt with all the respawners, and then trying to get it. Now we see the thing happening on the wall again, some mortar combat being placed for X or A, basically X it's on TW, getting confused by myself. Putting down one white plume there, going very aggressive.
So now run forward again, DDS in here, boom, doing their frontline thing. They slowly walk forward. The Schützdinger are using their regular arrows to dink off of the plume shields. Reapers by Whiskey running a little bit far forward there. Maybe Whiskey is a little tipsy here. As the engagement now goes in, everything goes forward. The Reapers are going in. The flames by Slap are cooking as the cavalry goes straight through yet again. Oh my God, Slap is just running through with Cav. It just goes straight through all of DDS. Luckily, DDS had a lot of the Reapers past that Cav line, but you can see all of DDS's backline is gone. All they have is Reapers and Claymores remaining, and they just will not be enough as Slap's flames were just shooting and flaming that entire fight. It just made that look easy. Cudelier charge. Didn't do enough.
Charge. Love it.
More Cudelier charge.
Cudelier charge.
I got it.
You also have to go by the microphone, go like, Cudelier charge. So it's, I don't know if it came through, but I tried to make the sound of it going by.
Snap racked, went forward with his Reapers, tried to bait something, got a treb. Oh, Cudelier. Never mind. We're leaving.
Yeah,
Bye, guys.
we're going audio boys. It's not our time to shine. Modaus look very, very big boy.
Yeah, it's 2 minutes on clock. I mean, this is going to be very hard for Slaps. I mean, DDS to get in here. I mean, the unit quality is already looking like the game's over, but hopefully DDS, I mean, this is their Hail Mary push here. Minute and a half on the clock. Has to make this work. They have double plume guard as their golds. A lot of shields here. Not much. They have triple plume guard, so they have the front line to end all front lines. One plume guard is way farther forward than the other plume guards. Okay, we're a little bit confused here as we go in. The Claymore's going in, not guarded by any plume guys. We have plume guard, and we're going on not on the side with plume guard as they go in. The cavalry from behind, though. Oh my God, Slap's going straight through yet again. Oh my, that Cav from Slap is just so good. You just see it go straight through all of DDS. DDS, that's just no backline at all. Nobody's watching our specialty. Our anti-Cav just isn't doing his job as the Yorkist Household Knights go through all of DDS as well. And another Cudelier charge goes straight through DDS. And that will be the last for DDS as they get enveloped by all of Slap here. Just wonderful plays by Slap. Cudelier's charging out of the gate now. They're tired of being in this fief. We're going other way. They're going somewhere else. There's nothing even there for them, so they're charging back in. Oh, Cudelier charge. DDS Cudelier's. Oh. Got stopped by, I think, a Bastard Sword or a Short Sword using something. Did not do the great things. This will be 2-0 in favor of Slap.
That's led
wonderful
by the
plays by
Kev
Slap.
charges. Jesus. Looked like the good old Autobahn, where you go on it, be like, is there a car coming from the left? No. On the right? No. Then you step on it and like car with 200 kilometers going like, and you're done.
As we go to our MVPs of DDS, Katov, no NA, doing our good old dual blades there, MVP, and doing 223 and 104 unit kills, being the man who broke 100 on his team. Go to Gidro Panika as our most contribution points, I believe that is. Good job by our short sword. Then Cameraman, you could choose a person that you really like as our third shot out here. Whiskey. You're right. Whiskey's a good one to shout out. 021, 72 unit kills. I mean, even with falling off the wall and going maybe a little bit too aggressive with his Reapers, still did wonderful stats wise for our musket player. As we go into Slap, it's MVP of Chopper, 317, 148 unit kills. Did absolutely no damage with his hero, but he is a poleaxe, so maybe it was running Weapon Dance and then Choke Ult. So trying to find those people that are out of position, Choke Ult them down, and people will kill them. Not really doing much damage, but that's okay. We go to our most assist points at Pixel Nix. Spear and Shield. Love Spear and Shield. Does a really wonderful kick to disturb these fights there. Pretty alright damage. Good damage taken. 4.2 million damage taken by units. As we go to Astro, our most damage taken in the lobby. Taking 8.9 million damage taken. This man was the wall. Almost 9 million damage taken in total. Just soaked up so much damage. Didn't kill much, but he didn't need to kill much. He was the wall. Nothing got past him. As we go into our post-battle analysis here, DDS is the red. I mean, he's still not bad here. Very even. But, I mean, when you're on the attack, you want to at least win one of these engagements. And DDS did not win a singular one. Only able to kill 8 heroes on 8 of Slap. And I mean, you could see where Slap's Cav was just immaculate. Probably won these fights overwhelmingly. And just DDS, if they had a little bit better of anti-Cav use and dealt with these Cav a little bit better, probably would have seen a little bit change of a chart here. But Slap's Cav was just overwhelming here. Won these engagements quite handily. And also had a really good specialty play. We saw these flames by both sides. The first engagement, DDS's flames lived for a very long time. And then the next engagement, Slap's flames lived for a very long time. Really good stats. Really good showing by both teams. DDS did a very unorthodox strategy on their defense there, but didn't work out. And then we went to their attack, did a fairly traditional attack. Just didn't seem like it would work out for them. That will be 2-0 in favor of Slab. Huh?
Yeah. I'm getting hot in here. My hair is getting... I'm getting I'm not getting slapped, but I'm getting hot.
Okay.
Okay.
I was about to say, is slapping you around? I mean, are we
yeah, that's what I was talking about, yeah. Okay, so we're gonna head into a small break, maybe, so we can create everything around it for the last round, and then we can go on, right?
Yeah, we could.
I
We
need
could
a
go
glass
to
of
like
water.
we could go to small 5-10 minute break here, just to go over some things. Yeah.
Susu, the magic from both sides.
The magic from both sides.
That was the longest hello I ever done. And welcome back. Here we are for the last matchup of the day for us both. It's not for you. You're gonna cast as
Not
well
for me.
RMS. Yeah, you're gonna be there for the Americans.
Yes.
I
will be there for the Americas. Again, another 4 matches in, but this is the last match for you to cast. So this is going to be your time to shine, Brooder. You're going to do wonderful things of TL versus LSLS. And speaking of which, let's go over the bands.
The big and bad. The big and bad. We see some.
we have-
Go. I don't want to break a cycle.
As we have our bands of Sifanori, Lionworker, Schutzendinger, Doppelsonder, Queen's Knights, and Shenjin Grenadier, with the saves of Spartan and Modao on the White Elk Fortress. I mean, how do you feel about these bands, Brooder?
How do I feel about those bands? Good question. Me going back to the stream to look at the bands. Symphonary. Classic, Line Ross. We talked about those on B point, very important. Also, if you ban them, there's can't be used. Oh, that's White Elk.
Yeah, it's very important on the B point of White Elk. You're right. I mean, I love
the
defending the B point on White Elk.
Jesus, the hallways, and then you can play for long hallways on A, and also for the end cap there, where you go all the way around because people can't go on your X. Capture back. It's a normal siege basically. Schutzdieners being one of the most used healers right now inside of the game for your big pushes, where you heal up your whole team with them. Very effective, so very obvious. Doppelsonder, we talked about them as well. Their CC is being, or their silence. That's the only unit who can silence everybody, so they go psh, and then nobody can press buttons anymore. But you can press buttons, but they don't take effect. Queen's Guard, obviously. Chenji also very used, because then if you go for the end cap and hide behind the one house there, I can't on the south of the end cap, usually you hide behind us and Chenji can throw over them. And that's what is maybe being denied with them, or one of the spots being denied with them. Spartans being saved, very strong unit. Usually Modao being saved, very good against infantry, but also very strong against cavalry, which is their main job. So very solid, very easy, in my opinion, to look into what they are banning there. I think Schutzdingers is a little bit... It's better because they are not like the yellow turbans, where you have to send them in basically to do the healing. So the Schutzdingers can always stay a little bit more in the back, and therefore being saved way easier after a push or a lost fight. In the winning fight, they usually should survive as well. But somebody jumping them also is then out of the match and not inside of your backline, and can easily jump also your frontline units or your damage dealers or Shenjis, because Shenjis usually are on the same height. So, I want to see that out. That's my yapping around what I see in pick and bans. Basically just talking about what I see, not what I'm gonna expect them doing with this.
Yeah. I mean, the only specialty being brought still that's available is Zycalian Militia, which we see not many teams really like this Zycalian Militia. So a lot of the ranged specialty is basically gone. I mean, you could still bring Falconetti, but I don't think anyone's bringing Falconetti these days as their ranged specialty damage dealer. You could still bring maybe one of the green units, the Iron Cap Archers or Guns, as a little bit of an area effect damage. Not that great of a damage dealer, but I mean, it's still something compared to bringing nothing. But yeah, definitely a lot of that range specialty being on. But I mean, all the Cavs available. We did save Modao. Well, as we see here, there's Cav. As we go in and look at this, all these things. Yeah. Let me set up and see exactly where we're going. This will be TL on the attack. And this is fairly normal. I think a lot more purple cav being brought by TL. A lot of Zycalian Militia. Rattan Vipers, I guess, was the thing that is available, but it seems like teams are not valuing that many Rattan Vipers either. So 2 by
Got a lot
TL,
of
1
stuff.
by LS. Yeah, I mean, the ranged damage just looks to be gone here, and the team that actually TL is bringing 3 Zycalium Militia, so they're still favoring that. But okay, yeah, I saw 3 on both sides. So we're having Zycalium Militia as our favorite damage dealer here, so be a little bit slower, but we'll see exactly how that plays out in this engagement, especially considering
Hopefully a
it's
good
White
fight
Elk.
on B.
Yeah, hopefully it's a good fight on B. I mean, I'm looking forward to a fight on B.
Would be the first one. Normally they give up on B from the beginning.
True. Usually once A is taken, you just give up B. It's kind of like Kura Castle. And, you know, they take A, and you're like, all right, time to go back to home. Well, we can't hold B. But, you know, maybe this time they'll defend B. Go into our first Sally by LSLS. Zycalium Militia leading the charge. Holy Sally by LSLS. Running through the Zerkus household knights, going through these Rattan pikemen. The color leaders trying to go through as well. And it looks like LS is going to get this. Supply by Treb comes in. Does look like that Treb will miss. Spartans are walking into the circle though. Looking a little drop. Spartans will get hit by it. Gets a little friendly fire on our cap. Not that great. As LSLS now gets this front supply here. And this will be coming a field battle. Boy, howdy, do I love field battles. It's not even America's that we have our field happening here. With the Arbalest being pulled, the Treb coming in yet again. Looking like this Treb will be missing. As now LSLS walks forward into this open area. Taking a lot of space, very spread out as now TL walks back to the supply, trying to get it back, but they are so spread out here. They are not one congealed blob. The Cav from LS is hunting for some juicy picks here, and some juicy picks they will find as another fight rages on to this supply here. The Tiger Leopard Cat jumps onto those claymores, but the Tiger Leopard Cat will be going down here as the LSLS runs through these Modals. The Spartans are trying to get through them, but it looks like the Modals will hold strong as TL holds good, and it does look like LS will be going right back inside these walls. Look at that, they have failed their sally, or at least stalled a little bit of time, running back inside, scared for their lives. The Zycalium Militia are throwing their jars of fire, and it just will not be enough. They will go down here as they retreat back in. I mean, very interesting to see. I mean, we haven't seen this sally in a while here on this map. The Dagger X are going to go through the gate. Tiger? Swansea? No, that's Tiger Leopard Cap. Okay, that's Tiger Leopard Cap. The Tiger Leopard Cap just mysteriously died to a Dagger X. I was going, you know, snail speed. Don't worry about that. Dagger X is a fine cap. Just kind of inting our Tiger and Leopard Cap there. Kind of weird by the teams there.
But generally speaking, just buying them some time, I think it's a good idea. On Defender, if you're trying to go for the good old A fight, then buying some time can be crucial in the beginning, and even also putting some pressure into the attacker, not letting them being like, we can do whatever we want here. We are the attackers. We're deciding where this fight is happening. Nope. It's actually also the defenders giving a little bit of pressure into the fight, and therefore changing a little bit the behavior, at least from the attackers. Because now they're going to be like, be curious. Maybe they're coming again. One guy in the back there with his Spartans. I don't know if he's stalling with the Claymores in his back as well. Team is not coming through. If they just jump these 2 units, they should have some free. They don't want to? Okay. That should be some easy free picks.
Yeah, a little bit of misplay by TL there. Definitely could have killed those Spartans and Claymores, especially when you're Bastard Swords there. You just ult into the blob, but I guess they didn't want to punish LSLS for its mistake there. But, you know, it is what it is. Happens.
Happens.
Gotta find what LSL's name is. Hold on. I'm tired
Did they
of calling
push the RAM? They did, right? The door, the gate is
I
breached.
don't know.
Yeah, no, I can see the yellow ram going there. I think the gate was breached.
Los Locos. All right. Los Locos is our blue LSLS. So I could just call them Los Locos. As Los Locos, and what's Labyrinth? Yeah, this is Labyrinth versus Los Locos. All right, so as Los Locos, no, this is Labyrinth. Labyrinth is pushing forward here. Look at that going for the main street now, going to our good old side street here. And they're doing the Labyrinth play of going through. And I mean, they baited the Locos for putting forward, so now Locos is a little bit out of position, now forced to rotate all the way back. It'll be a long rotation. Trep coming in. It's going to do heavy damage if they decide to fight there. And walking forward, one, not really the greatest hit we want there. Another one actually does really good. All right, good, pretty all right Trep hit there. Not exact value, but did great things as the engagement now forces on the start, and Spartans walking into the line. The Rattans are supporting them. The Reapers walking forward as well as the lines merge, as the line clashes, and it's just a hold strong. Let's see which line will go in. The Tiger Leopard Cat very slowly walking into the, not the greatest of charge I've seen in the world by any cat by any means. But it looks like both sides are holding strong, and it looks like Locos is actually pushing back Labyrinth, and they will be sending Labyrinth out of the fief. Locos pushing fire all the way through it, and it looks like Locos really didn't lose any units there. I mean, it's looking very still heavily blue. Locos doing a little bit of supply stall there. Got that short sword and the dual blades causing a little bit of backline disruption. That short sword is in the corner though, surrounded by no doubt, still living forever. That man is a tank. Probably on that purple set. Does go down there though. Fortunately, did not live as long as lived long enough to give Locos basically infinite time to reset back up into this gateway. And yeah, this is definitely in favor of Locos here. Labyrinth still has 400 gold units, but that's really where their quality ends. That's really where their advantage in quality ends there. And they're going very in favor of Locos throughout the rest of these boards here. And even that quality advantage is only by 2 models. So it's not by much.
Yeah, 2 models are 2 models. Either you have no model in your life or you have 2 models. And
Let me tell you, I would love to have 2 models in my life.
Jesus.
As now TL Labyrinth is going to be setting up an artillery phase. Realize their push failed. We'll just set up an artillery phase. I'm surprised they are letting Locos walk up. That bastard sword walked up and broke a mortar. That is insane to me. We have 2 dual blades. We have other classes that have hard crowd control, and they just let that man walk up and break one of their mortars. Insane by Labyrinth to let that happen. Personally, I wouldn't take that. I'd be playing choke poleaxe, and that man would not be escaping.
You would be putting him to the ground and being like, "Where's your family? Where are your Cocos? Where are your special units? Talk to me."
Where is your specialty? Talk to me. Tell me where your specialty is. And he would be dead by the time that the choke ult would be over. But, I mean, I guess Labyrinth was okay losing one of their mortars. They still have 15 artillery they could play, so it's not that big of a deal, but you still don't want to be losing artillery for free, at least as free as that just happened there. We go in. It does look like Labyrinth's already kind of pushing down. They're kind of doing a little bit of a bait here. Spartan's definitely walking a lot farther forward than anyone. It's very short artillery phase if they're already walking down here. I know these mortars still have a lot of shots left. We basically just started, and I guess we're already walking down. This is a very heavy Spartan budget. Labyrinth has a very good push comp into this. We'll see how Locos defends this. Locos does have a pretty alright hold comp, but not anything too crazy. Especially when you're looking at down the barrel of 4-5 Spartans and a few Reapers. I mean, 5 Spartans. This might be a little bit over. Too many Spartans. Not enough consistent damage, but we'll see exactly how that happens as this fight starts. One of the Spartans starts walking into there. The rest of the Spartans are a little bit slow as the other Spartans, as the rest of the Spartans start walking. One Spartan's a little bit off to the side, maybe lost his brother in there. As they walk forward, and they will in fact walk over, those forward Spartans will be walking over everything. The dagger axe coming through the gateway. Actually, that was Tiger and Leopard Cav. They're going through there. Another Spartan's coming in. It's looking like the Locos is actually winning this very handily. The Spartans just walked forward, and every single other unit of Labyrinth sat back. The Reapers went to the right, and they went to the four Spartans, but those Modao are holding the Reapers back very handily, and the Spartans are still walking, though, as Labyrinth is bringing even more Spartans. If we just throw more Spartans into the problem, it will eventually fix itself, surely, as the Wuxi Pac-Man, the Codalier charge goes in. That's not really going all the way through there. Will get stopped by, you guessed it, the Spartans, as they continue marching through. Locos there is looking very in favor of Labyrinth. I guess if you just throw enough Spartans, it will in fact solve every single one of your problems. Locos now gets a stalwart back into this point there. The Labyrinth is looking very light on their Spartans. They've kind of vanished here. As the Claymores from Locos also comes in onto the flank there, doing wonderful damage, but they will remove all of their CCI as the Tiger Leopard Cav charges straight through, hits a little bit of the barricade, leaps, charges straight backwards, realizing they don't want to go into the Modao. Great charge by the Tiger Leopard Cav. Locos bringing in more cavalry onto the side here, doing, okay, that guy doesn't know how to use Tiger Leopard Cav, charges and then does the leap and charge onto the side, goes in there. The dagger is coming in as well. Modao braced behind the Labyrinth, getting Modao braced, but they're not hitting the Cudalier goes straight through the alleyway. It does look like the Locos will be regaining control of this A point, and the Labyrinth is forced into the gate. They just did not have enough steam to keep trucking in on this A point and are forced back out of the fief, even with a 90% captured here. This does look like those will be heavily in favor of Locos here, and it'll be a very hard struggle for Labyrinth to get back into this fief and control it. They have 10 people alive to 13, 360 units to 485. It's only a minute and a half remaining. It's going to be very hard for Labyrinth to get in. It does look like they might be going back on the tower. And I mean, it's kind of hard to go back on the tower there. I think they're forced to go through gate with how much time they have left. They did think about going to the tower. They go back. They do have a Locos player on top of the wall, breaking the mortars, as if these mortars are ever going to be played with a minute and a half remaining. That chain dart just wants to inflate his stats there. He's like, ah, yes, beautiful artillery kills. I love breaking artillery. Minute remaining. Labyrinth needs to start pushing in here. They still have 2 people dead to Locos full muster. As the push starts coming in here, we have the gray shields, the cardboard shields are rocking forward, but the Spartans will just immediately topple them over. And Labyrinth pushes in here, try to get in here, but they are immediately blocked in, and it doesn't look like they will be able to leave this gateway, stuck in the gate, as Locos surrounds, envelops, and pushes them out of the fief. This will be going in favor of Locos 1-0. What a beautiful matchup it was.
It was a ride. Let's ride. And all this looking into TL, getting slowly here into the gate still, but no chance. Maybe they are stepping away from A point and somebody is lucky to step on, but even then only having 170 units left and now getting 30. It's not looking too good, boys. This is looking like an L.
It's all happening. I mean, the match's over. Blue team wins. Good job by Locos. As we go to our Labyrinth, MVP is Booster with 164 unit kills, 3, 2, and 7. Very good stat line there. 528,000 hero damage dealt. We'll go into Ragnar Loth BZ as our most damage taken longsword. Doing 200,000. It's actually a very substantial amount of damage for a longsword player. Actually, very respectable. I don't think I've ever seen longswords get above like 5 damage dealt. So, I mean, wonderful job by him taking 7.4 million damage. That is a longsword. As our Tumblewise, as our most assist points here in the match, going 223, 90 unit kills, doing fair amount of damage. Glaive player doing buffs, doing wonderful things. We don't talk about their bottom player, but as we go to our MVP on Locos, it's going to be Scalus, fast player, doing 776,000 damage, taking 163. It's doing wonderful work. It's doing 115 with 140 unit kills. Good job by Locos there. As we go into, I don't want to go over the chain dart. I know how he got those contribution points. That man broke all the artillery. I know what you did. Yeah.
Sneaky. You know what? F word. Just going there and destroying mortars.
Yeah, I
He
went up
saw
for
the
mortars.
mortar combat and took it literally. And
We'll
his
go
teammate
into.
was like, "Get over here!" And he was like, "Nah, I've got stuff to do."
Yeah, we'll go into post battle analysis here. Red beat the labyrinth here, and you can see, I mean, they won actually their first engagement, lost the second engagement. I mean, they won these engagements. They only lost one engagement, but apparently just losing that one engagement made it so that they couldn't get in this fief. They couldn't win. They just lost too much on that second engagement at the A point. Third engagement actually looking rough, but they just didn't have the time remaining, the units, the quality, nothing that's there. I mean, even looking at the hero kills here, and that's still a 15 hero kill difference in favor of Locos. So just not killing heroes either. I mean, all in all, this graph speaks that this match should have been fairly even, but Labyrinth just didn't get the hero kills. It just a little bit of misplaced here by the positioning, and yeah, that just went into favor of Locos.
Indeed.
Very good, very good. Now we're going to swap sides with now Labyrinth on the defense of good old White Elk. I mean, this is still anyone's game. I mean, just looking at those stat lines and everything, and especially this, at the end there, I believe it was 100 units to 300 units. I mean, that's very close for a end of fight. So this could very much go to a tiebreaker match, depending on how Labyrinth defends and how Locos attacks.
Yep. That was a really close one, but also on the first point, but still could be both directions, and seeing at the end of the day a little tiebreaker. Who doesn't like it?
Yeah.
A little bit of field battle. Oh.
We would love to see a field battle be brought in. I love seeing the tiebreaker matches. I think they are the most exciting thing. Definitely that couldn't be brought into this tournament play here. And these teams feel at least very even with how they are performing, especially with none of this range specialty. I don't think we even saw the Zycalian militia. I mean, both sides brought 3 Zycalian militia, but I don't think I really saw that much fire on the ground. So I think both teams are doing a great job defeating the other Zycalian militias. And I mean, we'll see exactly how this, I mean, infantry wise, it seemed even. We'll see how it goes.
We have to wait for the new lobby to go up, and then we can judge a little bit about what they're bringing. Maybe same unit, same strategy, let's do the same thing again. But maybe also, I thought of something great here, and I have a good idea with this new setup. And we both gonna be sitting there looking at the units and be like, we can't judge if it's the same unit setup or not.
Yeah, maybe we'll see some Rattan Rangers.
Love to see them back in the days.
Rattan Rangers were recently, or I guess somewhat recent. I don't know if they were recently, but there was a shadow change where their bolts now have a little bit of an area of effect now. So, I mean, you could bring Rattan Rangers instead of Rattan Vipers. Definitely expensive Rattan Vipers, but I mean, you could do it.
Also,
I don't think
we had a bug with the Rattan Rangers, running around with the AOE, and then they made sometimes 9,000 bleed damage. 9,000! And there was a bug. It was going on for 2 days or something. Jeez.
That sounds very fair and balanced. I think they should do that. I think you should keep that.
Super
maybe we'll see Rattan Rangers actually be played since season 5 or something. That unit has sat in the dark, waiting for its time to shine. One day it will come back. and everyone will be complaining because now there's ranged cavalry. I'm also waiting for Korchins and Ironcap bow riders. Surely, eventually, we will get bowcav, a good bowcav, so that my bowcav doctrines can do something. I'm waiting for the day, man. I'm waiting for the day.
Yes, sir.
Until then, my bowcav doctrines are on Ironcap bow riders, and they sit mastered and still not used. Unfortunately.
Are we going into that? Are we getting calls here? We going like, we have a go on lobby. Get into it.
Lobby.
Nice.
As we go into this, also I'm noticing something. Locos only has 3 Bastard Swords. I believe this is like the least amount of Bastard Swords any team is bringing, and I love this for them. That actual class variety, rather than just, hey, let's spam 8 Bastard Swords and it will be good. I mean, these are still looking fairly normal comps, fairly similar of how we saw before. No unit is standing out for me. I see some Yanya Dao. I guess that's the only cavalry that's standing out. The Yanya Dao is a very good cavalry, especially into Modao, where, I mean, Yanya Dao have that minimum damage dealt, so they love going to Modao, where Modao has like so much damage reduction that a minimum damage cav is still going to do pretty good. Yeah. Really nothing much to talk about composition wise besides I guess Locos also has 3 dual blades. So 3 dual blades, only 3 Bastard Swords, and a chain dart. I mean, Logos has a lot of hero killing in here. 3 dual blades is a lot of hero killing, and then a chain dart for also lockdown. I should have commented on that before, but maybe that is why they are getting so many more hero kills than Labyrinth. They just have those hero killing classes.
I think if we had the glaive buffs also being live right now, there would be a lot more of glaive players right now. It's really, really strong. And therefore, I love to see a lot of different hero classes getting their glance back or their damage back to the field, which I personally enjoy, playing different classes right now and seeing them rise again and not being like limited to one strong class, but actually having, you can even play like switching right now, which is quite available, where you go from musket to the good Nodachi, which is making fun, and you can swap your gameplay, which before was only very viable or very used by like light armor classes or heavy classes, where you go from either dual blade to longbow or the other way direction, so to snipe out some special units. And then also for the heavy classes, if you switched from, I go from maybe pole axe to short sword if it's around point or stuff like this. But now seeing it, you sound like, here, let him tell.
Yes, there used to be a lot of light armor changes, and that longbow used to be the one. I don't think many other classes. I mean, yeah, you switch to musket for the start, maybe to bomb some starter artillery, but a lot of swapping of classes. We don't see that mid game really happening all that much. I'm waiting for the day a team just swaps all to Maul during the match, and we just see a bunch of hammer bros spinning and slamming.
Hammer bros. The good old hammer bros. I love the abduction skill from the hammer because people get frustrated about it, which is kind of funny sometimes. And if you have the Santa skin, where you be Santa and then you get somebody on your back and carry him home to your units, that's funny as fuck in my opinion. But usually speaking, I would love it to have it more like a grab, where you grab somebody and put them just behind you in like 1 second, and not bringing them like a Christmas
carrying them like a backpack.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, either way, I think that Maul grab has, unfortunately, since its prime days, has been nerfed to the point where it's very hard to be bringing Maul grab these days. I still hate to see it every single time it's brought, but at least this time now when I'm grabbed, I'm no longer being grabbed by a football player. I'm being grabbed by a football player.
Or the 2 models.
Figure out which football player I'm talking about, and you'll figure out who I'm talking about.
Harry Kane. Harry Kane.
As Locos gets onto this wall, waiting for the towers to land, gets on the wall. They broke breach, so when they get A, they'll have to respawn there. Well, I mean, breach. They'll respawn, they don't get blinded by the breach. Will we see the artillery phase? Obviously, yes, but they're getting artillery phase themselves.
And
These
they are
Modao are
setting.
just
There's a
sitting here.
big setup from the defense already.
Yeah, Ballista by Locos. Interesting. Already gone.
And the mortar lives through the first trap. Yikes. I
Yeah,
would
I mean,
be fuming, but it's so well placed with the cover. It looks like it's very open, but it isn't. Because
Yeah,
the traps
very
are coming way more from left and right side on this map.
Good mortar placement by Labyrinth here. Locos tried to trap it. Fortunately missed there. Now, Locos goes a little bit further along the wall so they don't get hit by this artillery as much. But luckily, Labyrinth placed their artillery in a way that it can rotate and kind of still hit Locos on the wall. But they have lost a lot of their artillery. Labyrinth is down to only 5 artillery pieces remaining. So they are using most of their artillery here. And I mean, it's getting sniped. It's not getting as much value as they probably wanted to go, especially considering Locos just keeps moving along this wall. They placed a few cannons as well to snipe some artillery. It's just really rough for Labyrinth. Especially in a 1-0 deficit where
You're getting tired and you have 4 hours ahead of you as well for MS. Jesus. Poor little
where
boy.
Loco is already down a game. Oh, a little bit of a deathmatch on the bottom of the stairs there. That short sword, it might get out. Nope, the short sword will go down Loco's Yo-Nut goes down there. But they might be able to catch Labyrinth. Catch it out. The Master Sword will go down. So 1-for-1 trade gets Prefixer. Prefixer probably just overstayed his welcome. Goes down. So 1-for-1 trade. Actually, 1-for-2 trade. 2 Labyrinths went down there for 1 of Locos. Again, you're already down a game. You do not want to be losing these hero trades at all. We're still deathmatching at the bottom of the stairs here. Does get another Loco, so now we're 13-13. So they even it out. But even is not what you want to be doing. You want to be winning. Also, just
evening,
you don't want to
different
be
than winning.
yeah, you do not want to be evening here. You want to be winning.
Winning. It's not evening. It's late morning. You have to wake up and push that.
Push it.
Push it to the limit. But right
Locos,
now, go.
Locos spending a lot of time on this wall. They've done their artillery phase. They ain't shooting anymore. Oh, they are rotating back towards the traditional pushdown spot. So you'll see. So they will be pushing fairly shortly here. Doesn't look like Labyrinth has reacted to this rotation being had. It still has their units really far back, so give you a lot of space for those Locos. It doesn't look like Locos will be taking the space. That's like Callion walking through is very brave by Labyrinth. As now, Loco starts pushing down very slowly. They reach down. Labyrinth slowly. Also, Labyrinth slowly rotating to get here. Nodachi dismounts, gets the short sword. Good job, Nodachi. Runs away. Labyrinth needs to get out of this point. They are giving a lot of. Also, Labyrinth sending one of their Reapers way too far forward. Just alone there, as now the engagement happens. The rest of them coming up. That the Reaper is still alive, doing wonderful things there. Getting 75% capture by Locos here, and Labyrinth needs to push onto this point, but they just can't. They can't push back on the point. They're just struggling. They're falling back. They're losing ways. A has been captured by Locos, and Locos is pushing Labyrinth all the way back, and that just clears them. There's a cakewalk. There's nothing happening here. Locos trying to get under the supply and do a little bit of supply bucket. Actually, Labyrinth doesn't even pull another unit. Forced to retreat all the way back towards home. Down 500 almost 600 units by first engagement. And this isn't even like a gray unit difference. I mean, there is a green unit difference there. Purples even, golds are even, a little bit more purples by locos, a little bit more blues. I mean, this is just looking so in favor of locos. Did they even kill any of locos models in that engagement? It's going to be very hard for Labyrinth here. This might be a very fast Whiteout Fortress. I mean, you know, once you get back to this home base, it is near impossible to defend. We've seen many teams try to defend this home point, and it becomes very down to the wire usually of these defenses. And with 8.5 minutes, though, that's a lot of time for locos to set up whatever artillery, do whatever they want. I mean, 13 artillery places, 13 trebs. They have as much resources as they want to really do whatever they want, especially with 8.5 minutes on the clock. I mean, they could sit around for about 2 minutes and still feel very comfortable going into this home point attack. Treb coming in. Let's look like it might have hit some Modao, might have hit some other things. Rattan Vipers by Labyrinth, doing a little bit of poke. I mean, these Vipers aren't going to do much. These Vipers are padding stats. Any damage these Vipers are going to do, Locos just gets back on STRY and heals it. So they don't care. They don't care about these Vipers. They're going to take the entire volley of Vipers and they just don't care. As now Labyrinth goes a little bit further into the back, setting up. It's Locos spending a lot of their artillery here, doing a little bit of a mortar phase. They have plenty of time to be doing this mortar phase. Not placing any mortars on the top of the wall. So Labyrinth going further and further around. I mean, I hope they don't do the same mistake they did before, where they are too far away from the point and aren't able to set up in time. Surely they don't make the same mistake at home point. They're still close enough.
Wise. Never ever.
Yeah. Mortar phase. This doesn't look like Locos mortars are hitting too much of value. It looks like they're just not able to hit that cove. And Locos has figured out now fully where Labyrinth is. A little bit of a standoff over there as Locos meets them back there. And I mean, that is a very trebleable area. As we see, the treb has been called. So Locos is positioning here. I don't think that treb will be hitting much, but engagement happens. Spartans walk into Spartans into the phalanx to all this anti-camp. As the engagement happens, the Reapers are charging into there. Huge damage can come out by both sides. As I Kelly mentioned, by Labyrinth will be doing wonderful things. They also have the Rattan Vipers. Both sides have Rattan Vipers, actually. As the cam comes in from behind, though, Loco's doing wonderful things, but actually doesn't look like it's working out too well. Labyrinth pushing back Locos. Looking at pretty stalematy here, but Labyrinth is bringing... No. Labyrinth is bringing another set of cavalry. Locos tries to stop it, but that does go down as the daggers now go into the back of Locos there, and will unfortunately die out to the Modao brace. But Labyrinth will be winning that engagement. Does kind of even the trade out. Still a 500 unit there as they're now fighting at the base point here, at the home point. Labyrinth has to rotate back here, and Locos has a good foothold so far. The dagger axe though are cleaning through these Tiger and Leopard Cav. You cannot mess with these dagger axe in terms of charging. They're just so powerful. As Labyrinth actually get a lot of their cav cleaning up this point. Locos had a foothold there, but is now forced to regroup behind on the supply side. And going back into a mortar phase. A little bit of Zycali militia throw onto those plume guards. They're tanky enough, they don't really care too much about it. Looking at the unit trade, I mean, it's still definitely in favor of Locos here, but now that gold unit, that 5-star unit, is in favor of Labyrinth. But definitely losing that purple trade. I mean, it still could go either way. I mean, this is definitely looking a little bit more favorable for Labyrinth. Still on the back foot there, but that first hold looked very, very good for them. as we go into the, doesn't look like Locos is going to be doing any kind of artillery phase for this one, positioning very far forward. The trap has been called onto those stalwarts at the back point, and probably won't hit anything. This trap lands, doesn't even find the mortar. Never mind, it does now find the mortar if some other mortar fires in. Labyrinth doesn't have any artillery phase, any artillery left, for Locos still has a few of their artillery. So it does look like the engagement is starting to roll out. Star Wars reading the Spartans. Brace happening. The yellow turbines giving the CCI. The Cav going, looks like he's going for a flank. The Labyrinth surrounding Locos here, but it doesn't look like the surround is going to happen too much. Locos cavalry, the Couteliers, charge through these Modao. Luckily, the Modao are tanky enough to not care about a back charge from Couteliers, as Labyrinth is still holding strong, pushing back forward, recontaining Locos, but Locos Spartans are pushing forward here. We'll be able to really deal with these Modao here, but this is really just Modao staring at Modao. Neither side has any pushing unit. Yeah, Locos, Labyrinth has some Reapers, but one Reaper versus the Modao just kind of stalemating in front of each other. There is Plume Guard by Locos there and some stalwarts, but really this is just Modao staring at each other, very slowly going. That now Locos has the Rattan Pikemen as well, so the Rattan Pikemen will slowly chip down these Modao. Yan Yadao are charging from Labyrinth. They will go in doing massive cleave damage onto these Modao. Good damage there. Okay, this is still just a stalemate happening here. Trying hard to figure out exactly who is winning. It does look like Labyrinth is winning here, as the unit gap is short.
Struggling to find the word.
The unit gap is closing in here. It does look like Labyrinth will be able to hold here. Locos is having a very hard time going in. The Dagger Axe are just converging around there. They want to do a full into there, but Locos is just holding strong. The Modao are holding strong. They have a Reaper unit in there. It's 10 heroes to first 13 here, 12 now, 13 heroes. The 10v13 looks like it's still in favor of Labyrinth, but yeah, it's just in favor of Labyrinth, and Locos keeps trying to push into here. Let's try what's called. We have a Modao death dot by Locos, 2 minutes on the clock, so they need to start getting onto this point here. A stalwart unit brought in by Locos will now start gaining some space for them, but Labyrinth gets a Coutelier charge. Not the greatest of Coutelier charges. I'm not going to be. They were very slow Couteliers getting in there. I don't think it got that much value there. And Rattan Vipers by Labyrinth, not Rattan Pikeman. That's a better Coutelier charge by the Labyrinth, as they go in and clear a minute and a half remaining, and at this point doesn't look like it's going to be any capturable. The Rattan Pikeman will be stalling out basically infinite amount of time. We do not have any fire by either side here. Locos trying to get onto this point with a minute remaining. I think we have a field battle coming up. With 1 minute left, Labyrinth holding strong. Locos doesn't look like they have anything here left remaining to do it. They're just struggling to do anything as they are now getting wiped. The Modao holding strong. The Rattan Pikemen doing wonders. Martellatory from Locos are going to try to do something, but Modao do not care. They probably have the lifesteal on them, so they're healing off of these Martellatory. And Locos has been pushed fully out of the fief, and what looks like Locos' easy victory now going to a 1-1. We're going to Grasslands.
Woo-hoo-hoo. You wished for it, and there it comes.
So we did say that these two teams looked very even here, so I'm very excited to go into Grassland. I'll have to start up my own Conquerors. I'll have to relaunch the game so that I could get into this.
Grasslands. It's the first Grasslands for EU. EU. So
EU.
Jesus.
Yes, as we go into our red team, Lost Locos MVP, Ephrael, 235, 118 unit kills, glaive player, doing pretty decent stats here. I mean, wonderful work by him trying to carry the Los Locos in here as we go to our second MVP of Tegmark, doing most damage taken and contribution points. Doing really stood on those points, broke some artillery. 025, 56 unit kills. I'll go towards the bottom of Scalus, S rank 119, 115 unit kills, Bastard Sword, doing 684,000 damage, taking a good amount of damage as well. Did wonderful work for his team. As we go over to the Labyrinth side, we have Booster as our MVP, 7-1-12 with 191 unit kills. This man was carrying his team on his back with all these stats. Almost a million hero damage with 2.4 unit damage. Doing a good amount of stats just all around, but that 191 unit kills is remarkable. Tumble-wise, as our most assist points in the match, most support points in the match. Glaive buff, probably ran the healers as well. Did wonders. And then we'll go to JC008 Titan with 237, 158 unit kills. Wonderful as well, doing heavy lifting, a lot of unit kills by these players. As we go to our post-battle analysis, red is Los Locos. And you can see here, I mean, they won that first engagement so handily that you would have thought that this would have been wraps here. But you can see after that first engagement, Labyrinth would not lose a singular other engagement sets. So they only lost the first engagement, proving that, hey, you might lose A on this point, on this map, but you can still hold strong. Yeah, that was an amazing showing by Labyrinth here, proving that you can defend the home point here. And unfortunately, Los Locos was not able to capture the home point on a map that's usually considered one after you get that A point. And we will be going to a grasslands. Oh, I am excited to see a grasslands be played here. How about you, Brewer?
I love it. Grasslands is usually the one where you're being, because the map is so open. It's like both teams basically attacking and defending at the same time. So it's more about coordination and the team captain being more into the strategic. So you can also be around them setting it up or having the matchups better. So the units are just better, but it's usually also around coordination about the team. Hey, I have to have one guy at B right now, two guys at C, stuff like this. So you're having a lot more of into play than just them sitting there and being like, the tower got shut down again. Now we need to wait another 3 minutes. So Grasslands usually is so hard and so much action. The only downside for it is going to be our cameraman in a second struggling to catch every push. And now he's struggling to click on OBS again, so we're lagging as heck again. Saying it, and back we are.
Nice. I mean, this is going to be a very exciting matchup, and I'm actually hearing that the other matchup of Lynx versus PBS is also going to Grasslands.
Yes,
so
sir.
we are ending the tournament. Well, today's session of the tournament, not ending the tournament, but we are ending today with double Grasslands. This is an insane turn of events. Honestly, quite the best you could ask for an end of the show, basically. Is just getting into a very high action, intense matchup. It's 1-1. It could go either way. These teams are very well matched. Really, I'm excited. I'm very excited to see how this will be going. I mean, this is absolute cinema. We would love to see these kind of things happen. Definitely near the end, though. This can cause some delays if it happens at the middle or the start. But as a last match tiebreaker, this is nice.
I think it's way more fun if they can shoot. Then it's because
and that being said, this is Grasslands. Will we see a C or close B from the teams? I mean, this could be. We do love the AC rush. We do love some B point and then close point. Both teams could do B point, close point, and we have a good actual fight there where the cameraman doesn't have to go between 2 points. Or we could have double AC and we're wondering which fight we're covering. Actually, I'll just stay with cameraman. I don't want to join this. I'll make it easier.
I love how
But
you
he
can hear
doesn't.
every time you go back on your share, you're going to be like,
Yes,
not,
on my
not
share.
as good as the old like gaming
Yeah, get
chair
some-
where you have like a wooden chair sitting on top of it and being like barely keeping alive the chair.
Mhm.
But
Oh, this chair is on its last life, but it's holding strong for what it is. I just need some WD-40, and then I won't have that creaking.
the classic WD-40.
Yeah, just
Should
toss
it move?
WD-40
Yes.
in it.
WD-40 it is. Should it not move?
WD-40
Yes.
is.
No, Panzer tape. Or duct tape. It's
Throw some
called for you.
WD-40 on it anyways.
Yeah.
When in doubt. So some WD-40, and then put some duct tape on it. To cover both bases. Yeah, I mean, grasslands. Judging by how these teams I mean, Cav is fully available. So, and I mean, Modal is all the Cavs available, all the anti-Cavs available. I mean, there's really no reason for this to not be just Modals and Cav, Modal and Cav. I wonder if I will have my Cav. Let me tell you, I would love to see Sipihes. Sipihes do not care about Modal at all. They will charge through Modal. They hate Felix, but they love Modal. I want to see my Sipihes. Maybe some
Sipihes.
cataphractal lancers. Cataphractal lancers would also be pretty cool as well. But Sipihes are a very good cav, especially since they combo really well with quite literally everything, making the enemy unit take 50% more damage after getting charged by the Sipihes. I mean, that's just such a great debuff. It makes
Sipihes is killing me. I
you want
think
me to
Chris
call it
is calling
Sipihes?
them acoustic cav. Because they're
Stompy
making the...
cav.
Yeah, that's why he calls
Stomp.
them acoustic.
Acoustic, yeah.
Acoustic, I don't know. I pronounce it
Stompy cav, jumping cav. I mean, we do have second jumping cav of Tiger and Leopard, but they don't jump as much as Sipihes. They are truly the best. They are the best of hops. My horse hops, your horse doesn't. Therefore,
my
horse better.
house goes stomp stomp, and your maybe goes slap slap in wild egg,
Ah.
but that's not the same. Ah, did I hear something? Did I hear something? We're going into the lobby. Roger, this sir, good sir, thank you very well. Let's go into it.
going along.
Wrong direction. I messed it up.
It works. As we go into this, I mean, we see it. It's cav modal. I doubt we'll see any. I don't know. I do see some failings probably brought by very, very confident failings players. As this is a field battle, it's very hard to cover everything. I'm seeing a Liao brought by Yonut on the Los Locos side. Liao's getting recently nerfed here for the season, so a lot of people have swayed off of that as a cavalry. I'm wondering if it's top line Liao's and it's just the gun. They will just be shooting a barrage of bullets to counter other cav. That would be really funny seeing that by them. But I mean, judging by how everyone else is, it's just Tiger and Leopard, Yorkist, Modal, other units, Spartans, it looks like.
Other unit.
Some Claymores.
Imagine being another unit.
Yeah, other unit. I mean, it's not really much of anything. I mean, most teams, it looks like this is like almost 30 Modal, almost 30 Tiger, Leopard.
I think TL is gonna play for BS for sure with the Kokos in the beginning.
Maybe.
Wild guess.
That is a wild guess. I mean, if they're bringing Zycalium Militia, they might run to AC. They might do the far routes and just say, yeah, we'll just bring some Coke and Zycalium Militia. Definitely bringing specials on this map is very hard. It's so easily flank on this map to the point where it's like, what are you? It's just very hard.
I think I often bring Kokos or stuff like this to be in the beginning because enemies are clumped up and they usually go for the small alleyways and then you can easily throw some Kokos inside there.
Does look like
But
Labyrinth is going.
focus AC and
Labyrinth is going everywhere.
no,
But
yeah.
this is double AC. This is definitely double AC. So this is B
they
point is
changed.
going to be a 1v1.
Oh god. I think.
And Labyrinth 1v1v1.
Oh, if he's running through, he might.
Go to
come
A,
up
go
with
to
a
A, go to
sneaky-
left. We don't care about this. Go to A.
Cameraman.
Go to A, go to A. We'll see how this cap goes. Yeah, this is just Locos running through. We'll see how Labyrinth holds here. This is a very important fight here. I mean, this is, yeah. I mean, Labyrinth somehow captured A, so that is advantage to Labyrinth here.
Somebody
they are
running
getting
for end cap.
right.
Somebody running for end cap. Give me the cam from
As
above.
we go, let's go. Oh, Labyrinth's gonna get. Will he be able to get on it? He
close.
will be able to get that touch. So now Locos is forced onto this. I mean, Labyrinth could probably force a fight onto this home point. This guy has no idea how to control his cav. He's getting ran at by the Mudao. Labyrinth almost got fully captured the C point.
We can already see the
It's-
cameraman shaking, being like, "What the fuck is happening?"
Yeah,
Getting feedback.
Labyrinth give you a B point though. They can't give up this
They have
B
the
point.
supply, and they're still going for end
Wait,
cap there.
this is a misplay. Labyrinth can't give up this B point.
If
they're
they
all
now
on
go
this
for end
home.
cap, go for end cap, red team. You're gonna get their
Yeah,
fucker.
Locos just goes on home and
We sing everything.
wins. But this is just a home point versus home point fights now. We'll see exactly whose home point wins. Locos won their home point. Let's go over to the other home point now, or crossing map. Actually, it doesn't look like Locos is pressuring.
I think C is
Oh,
gonna be the
damn it.
next problem because everybody's sitting on the end cap, so C is gonna be the pressure point in a second at least.
Yeah, looks like Locos is just stalling on this home point.
Yes, sir.
And Locos is actually getting to the C point here. And they force Labyrinth to spawn at their spawn. And now Labyrinth doesn't have any anti yoink as the Tiger
Yoink.
Cav jumps and kills literally everything on the point. And so another Tiger Cav jumps, but he did not charge the right direction, charges off of point. And this is looking very in favor.
A
I
as
mean,
well.
it is. Labyrinth is winning.
Yeah, but A is also being captured. Somebody needs to jump on A, which is gonna be done by one guy. Oh, guys, this is not looking too good.
Locos gets this very capture. The Labyrinth needs to get onto this C point. This is the triple cap, so now this will be going in favor of Locos. So now it's up to Labyrinth to make their play here, and Locos is stalling this A point. They have decided this is where the fight will be happy. We are stalling this A point. The Spartans are pushing forward. They are in a line. They are pushing forward into the Rattan pikemen there. Going to try to clear this point as Labyrinth clears this A point. Doesn't look like Locos will be really sacrificing any more units here, instead favoring stalling here. And I mean, they are stalling an immaculate amount of stalling here. But Olivia, enough. I mean, getting down to 50% capture. Locos actually getting the supply point, so they'll be able to resupply from there instead of having to go back for all the way back for another unit. So amazing job by them getting that supply. And it's still Labyrinth just cannot get this A point. Locos is just doing a phenomenal job of stalling, and this looks like this will be going down to 26%. Labyrinth needs to capture something here soon. Literally anything. Maybe it's not this A point. Maybe go to C. Maybe go to B. They get a little bit. They get their units back onto there, but Locos keep stalling it. They just keep getting back on this, and looks Labyrinth has this point very surrounded, but Locos keeps trickling on, and this will be Locos victory 2-1. And wow, what a field battle we had there. Locos MVP Edwin Mark 2-1-2 59 unit kills. This we will not be seeing high stats by either team here, just judging by how this went here. I mean, wonderful work by Locos. They just played this phenomenally, did the rotation game, and then just held these points so that Labyrinth would not be able to win at all. As we go to our other MVPs of Yonut 122, he might not have killed many units, he might not have done much damage, but this man was probably one of the key factors of stalling that short sword, just stalling as long as possible on the point, just making it so that they could never really get that capture progress off. So we go into our F-Ray Hail as our most damage taken from Locos, taking 2.8 on basically 3 million damage combined. Amazing stuff by these players. Our base is in danger. As the Labyrinth, we go to our Labyrinth. Thumis 505, 115 unit kills. I mean, he was doing wonderful work there. 5 hero kills is amazing. 115 unit kills. I mean, you can't really ask for better stats. 43 tiger and leopard cav kills is just wonderful. As we go to our XV MVP of Elite Hyper, most assist points there. So definitely the healing and maybe some other assists there, maybe buffing some defenses. And then cameraman, if you choose who you like here of this list as our third MVP.
It's a love story.
We're going over the longsword. We love our longsword players of Ragnar Loth, BZ. Wonderful job by our longsword. I mean, he did get the S rank. He is the only second person. He's the only person besides our MVP getting the S rank. So wonderful job by him, doing wonderful. Just wasn't enough for Labyrinth. As we go into our post-battle stats here, red is Locos, and I mean, you can see here by this chart, I mean, not many units died. There is still a lot of units left by both teams, and if Labyrinth was able to get back that point, they would have been able to bring this game around. They were definitely winning these unit trades, but Locos won the positioning and the movement and quite literally everything else. Yeah, they lost the unit trade, but they won with their movement and their planning and their strategy, and all of this came together for the win for Los Locos. Beautiful field battle. Just
so nice
a
to see them winning
field battle
by a percentage. So not even by percentage a little bit or maybe some percentage. They go all the way through, captured through until 0 by just outmaneuvering and then jumping onto the point. So nice to see. Very, very well executed in my opinion. Love to see it. That's why we love field battles. High action, a lot of things happening. You can be ongoing, and it's always open.
Yeah, I mean, just a spectacular. We always love the field battle. Just like you said, I mean, it's quite literally it is such a more of a positioning, a movement. There's always action. You always had to be somewhere. And I mean, if you weren't on top of it, we saw with Labyrinth, they just weren't on top of the positioning. Maybe got a little bit over baited to a spot. Just didn't dedicate their forces right, and that was the game changer. I mean, they won every single one of their fights, but they didn't win them fast enough to the point where they could actually get these points and get the win. So I mean, a wonderful job by Los Locos with their positioning, and it's just wonderful. And it's just a wonderful game to end on as well. It just, I mean,
that's true.
2-1. I mean, we love Grasslands. But yeah, that will be in the match. We're going 2-0 with Yeah Buddy winning 2-0, Story Enjoyers winning 2-0, Slap going 2-0, and then Los Locos going 2-1 versus Labyrinth there. I mean, beautiful matches here. We saw some amazing gameplay. We saw the top end teams of Yeah Buddy and Story Enjoyers pulling off some things that honestly we might have not seen from other teams, especially Story Enjoyers with how they did with their bait and switching, something we don't really see many other teams perform that well. Yeah, they try to do it, but the execution just isn't there, where Story Enjoyers did a phenomenal execution there. And Yeah Buddy just showing their dominance of just their straight up dominance of how they do battles. And then Slap, I mean, we saw DDS on White Elk Fortress, did a testing of a strategy on White Elk, give you up that A point, didn't really work out for them. And then they really went against Slaps, where the Slap held that A point and really proved that, hey, you really want to be defending that A point. But then we went and get to Los Locos, where I believe it was, in fact, Los Locos that lost that A point and was able to hold home. And I mean, this is just such amazing games. Really, every one of them felt unique and just wonderful shows by every single one of these teams.
For real. But this is gonna be it. The last match and the last thing, pineapple of it all, being the field battle. And we're gonna close EU for today from Conqueror's Blade Devs. And we're gonna be back here again with Furious D and the good old Stars.
Create. Yes, we will
Create.
be back here with Create. Stars known in this community, rebranding himself as Create. We'll be back here in, I believe that is, I don't remember, 3 hours? I think it is. 2 hours.
Yeah,
Oh.
2 hours.
Oh, I would have been here late then. All right, so there we go. 2 hours. We'll be right back here with 2 hours. I'll be here with lovingly casting a match. Luckily, we'll get that Bruderer guy out of here. But he was a wonderful co-host with me. He helped set everything up.
Talking. I'm trying to just assist and making bad jokes on the side. So
Yeah, I mean, you still did a wonderful job, even if you're just here as a pretty face. Some people might disagree with one of those two words. You're deciding which one of the two words it is. Yeah, I mean, that will be it for the cast. We'll see you guys. We will see Bruder for next Sunday, and you will see me in 2 hours. Thank you guys for being here.
bye, guys. We're gonna make the magic happen again.
To capture that, we completely overhauled how factions work. NPC faction relationships are no longer static. They evolve based on the state of the war. Every alliance you make or city you attack can shift the balance of power on the server. Resources and the economy are now the backbone of the game. Every war you wage, unit you recruit, or siege engine you build relies on resources flowing across the world. This means players who prefer logistics and crafting are now absolutely essential to winning a war. We've added a stronghold construction system. Every city on the map can be upgraded and fortified by players. Cities won't just easily reset back to level 1. They are long-term strongholds that your faction needs to manage and defend. You'll also see a complete Han Dynasty military rank and official title system. From basic ranks to high officials, every battle you fight and contribution you make translates into real status and identity. Another huge addition to the world is the massive war zone, offering maps larger than 8 square kilometers. With expanded borders and complex routes, tactics completely change. There is a lot more room for frontline combat, backline support, and troop deployment. Terrain, logistics, morale, and tactics will decide the battle. By the time we built everything, this world had the sheer volume of a brand new game. And that is why it requires a standalone client to run properly. This DLC marks a massive new chapter for Conqueror's Blade's 7th anniversary. Alongside our upcoming anniversary events, we're also upgrading the CBL to match the feel of Three Kingdoms. One last thing. We've hidden a lot of Three Kingdoms Easter eggs out there in the world, crafted with a lot of love for the history. You'll find plenty to explore. Thanks for watching. I'm Miles. Let's look forward to the next 7 years of Conqueror's Blade.
天心事，万民共建。黄天心事，万民共建。苍天已死，黄天当立。一吻赤血，迎黄天。善尽天命，共迎黄天。太平市的这来了。引我浮水，可得长生。太平浮水，救苦救难。黄天心事，万民共建。斩尽天命，共迎黄天。斩尽天命，共迎黄天。汉室倾颓，东卓乱京，暴政之下，天下震动。群雄并起，始争洛阳。